Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 o'clock and time to begin the proceedings for this council meeting this afternoon. Right on time, Councillor. Well, welcome everyone to this afternoon's proceedings, noting that we have quorum with Councillor Bartley will be absent for this afternoon. Welcome, Councillor Vickers, right on time.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. I should have waited 30 seconds. I will ask you all to join me in a moment of reflection as we consider the business of the corporation. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest around the table? Noting that we can so declare at any time necessary. Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements. Are there any around the table? Council has Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thought I would just announce today the great work of the Grey County Economic Development Department. They have been and are doing a tremendous job of providing supports for our businesses across the county during COVID. There's a business support line, which the number is 519-372-0219, extension 1270, or you can email ecdev@grey.ca. And the staff have been supporting businesses if they need help with the grants, or they've been helping them with marketing guidance and helping them meet any health unit requirements. So I encourage people to reach out to that department if they need any support, particularly now as we're in the transition process between the seasons and looking forward to winter and how that becomes a little bit more challenging for our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kentner.
Yes, perhaps Councillor Bell can affirm what I'm saying here, but I believe there's going to be a Community Remembrance Day service on Sunday, November the 8th, and I think it's going to be live streamed through, I guess, a variety of the churches and so forth. So you may know more about it, but okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was asked to read something from the president of the local branch 32 here in Meaford about Remembrance Day. This is an open letter to the residents of Meaford. As we all know, the Royal Canadian Legion have long been recognized as the keepers of remembrance in this country. The global pandemic notwithstanding, this will still be the case. The Meaford branch of Legion number 32 have been discussing how we can accomplish the task of continuing our tradition of paying homage to those who have given the ultimate sacrifice to maintain our way of life, as has been quoted at the national level. Quote, "The importance of a live ceremony honoring our veterans and their sacrifices is considered paramount by the Legion, especially during the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War." End quote. This being said, the following has been discussed to accomplish the aforementioned homage that they so richly deserve. For the first time, spectators will be discouraged from attending in person due to the limited space and the requirements of physical distancing. A smaller number of people participating will be required to remain 2 meters apart and will need to wear face covering unless performing certain duties related to the actual ceremony. The anticipated significant changes to this year's commemorative include no Veterans Parade, no Canadian Armed Forces Parade, a reduced color party. The wreaths will be pre-positioned so that no wreath bearers or any assistance will be required. There'll be no members of any cadet corps or junior rangers present. There will be no comradeship at the arena following the service. These changes for 2020 Remembrance Day services are very difficult for us as Legionnaires, as we endeavor to have as many folks to join us each year at the cenotaph but hopefully we can return to our traditional ceremony next year. We hope that you, as a proud Canadian, can find a way to hold your own way to pay tribute to our fallen. At the very least, please hold them in your hearts and observe a 2-minute silence at 11 a.m. Steve Rice, President of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 32. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I have a couple of announcements for the public and for those joining us, watching us live streamed and on Rogers TV. Rabies and Microchip Clinic will be held on November the 28th at the Fire Hall, 81 Stewart Street, in partnership with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society. We're once again offering a low-cost rabies vaccine and microchipping clinic. Spots are available by appointment only, and COVID-19 protocols will be in place. Please book your appointment at hospital@gths.ca or call 705-606-8102. We have some of our recreation classes that have started back up with physical distancing and limited capacity in place. Classes include Yoga for Life, Gentle Yoga, and a virtual young choreographers class. For more information on the classes available or to register, please visit meaford.perfectmind.com. Remember that the Recreation Fund is still available to assist with the costs of virtual or in-person programs offered by the municipality or other organizations. For more information or to apply, please contact the Meaford Food Bank and Outreach. The third one we have is due to construction issues, the Meaford Public Library didn't open today as scheduled, but it is anticipated the delay will only be a matter of days, and the facility will be opening soon. They're offering curbside pickup from the new location this week, so feel free to take advantage during the library's regular hours. And more information on library services can be found at meafordlibrary.ca, .on.ca, sorry. We look forward to welcoming the public in our new space very, very soon, and I know you're all going to be very impressed with the space. It is quite spectacular. With that, I'll ask again if there's anything that this has jogged memory of announcement. Seeing none, we'll move on to public participation. We do encourage public participation. We certainly welcome the public to come to council meetings now that we are live again at Meaford Hall. We do ask that if you have a deputation, which are limited to 5 minutes, that this must be registered first with the clerk's office. And presentations can be done the same way as registered through the clerk's office. We have neither presentation nor a deputation on agenda items this afternoon that are scheduled that we know of, and I don't believe there are any public questions either. Thank you, Margaret. So that moves us into our council inquiries, and I will open it up to council for any inquiries they may have. And Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have been quizzing Director Tory about a number of projects. We are into November. The days are getting shorter and colder. Wondering if I could get an update, if we could get an update on the Trowbridge Street Bridge construction, the 7th Line Bridge construction, and the Edwin Street paving project. And then I've got one more question, but if Tory could run those ones by us first, please.
Through your worship, yes, I'd be happy to. So I'll start with the Trowbridge Street Bridge project. They are currently working this week to finalize the concrete work as well as asphalt paving of the bridge, with some final work wrapping up next week. The one final item that they are waiting on is delivery of the railing system, which will hopefully be on site within the next week. but that is still waiting to be confirmed. And following those things being installed, the bridge will be reopened. So depending on that railing delivery, we are expecting that the bridge will be reopened within the next 2 weeks, which is exciting. Moving on to the Edwin Street project. This project required some unexpected sidewalk work once we removed the asphalt surface. So that work was completed late last week, and that sidewalk is currently curing. And so we are waiting on that sidewalk curing prior to placement of the asphalt surface. As well, the guide rails along that section have been placed with some finalized guide rail work occurring this week. And the paving is scheduled to occur this Saturday, and that road will then be reopened. And finally, the 7th Line Bridge, I guess saving the best for last, asphalt is scheduled to take place tomorrow, and once the asphalt is laid, that bridge will be reopened. So we will be seeing that 7th Line reopened this week.
Thank you, Tori.
Thank you, and if I may, Your Worship, there was a small rectangular-shaped depression at the corner of Nelson and Thompson Street. It's actually on Thompson Street, just as you turn off Nelson. It's a nasty little dip. Is that going to be worked in with the Edwin Street paving?
Through your worship, yes. So the work that was done on Thompson Street, we did identify that at Thompson Street and Nelson Street, the asphalt paving, which is temporary, was not left in suitable condition, both for drivers as well as winter maintenance. So we are having the contractor come back in, and they will be doing the work at the same time as Edwin Street, as it is the same contractor. And so that paving will get done at the same time, and we are going to have the permanent paving in that location completed later this week, or if necessarily early into next week, so that that depression will no longer be there, so drivers will not have to deal with the bump in the road.
Okay, thanks very much.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that, Tori. That dip was a very expensive one for my son. Anyway, I had a question for Mr. Smith. In relation to Council's discussions about the ITFD agreement, I'm wondering about the closest hall response in relation to that agreement. Does it or does it not impact us? And is that the best approach going forward, or are there any advantages to looking at any other options?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, quick recap then. Closest hall response is something that's recommended by the Office of the Fire Marshal and was included as one of the action items in Meaford's Master Fire Plan, which Council adopted back in early 2019. And basically the principle behind it is that the fire department that can get to a particular address the fastest is the department that should respond if there's an emergency there. So Council previously gave some direction during the process of getting to where we're up to with ITFD that that's what we should be basing our discussions on. And so right now, that's where the agreements lie. There's clauses in the proposed agreements that say that this is based on closest hall response, and we've got staff developing mapping for that. And while I don't have a precise map yet, it's looking like the line will be somewhere in between second and fourth concession, and we're continuing to work on that. So it will be basically a shift from the town line westwards for the coverage area. So anybody living in between the town line and, let's say, fourth concession right now would now be serviced by the Meaford District Fire Department, or sorry, the Meaford Fire Department instead of ITFD. So the reason that staff recommended that at the beginning was because of the Master Fire Plan and because of OFM, but we recognise that that's something that comes with some challenges, and part of that is about how ITFD respond to calls. I suspect Council has had some phone calls, the same as I have, talking about medical responses in particular, and Councillor Bell raised this at your meeting 2 weeks ago, that ITFD's dispatch model is that if you're close by, you should go straight there, which obviously if you're having a heart attack, It's better that you have somebody there in a minute and a half because they're your neighbour rather than somebody who has got to come from the centre of Owen Sound. So that's, I think, where this becomes slightly trickier for closest door response. It is the best practice and it is what we would recommend, but it's always based on full fire suppression. It's always based on when can a tanker truck, pumper truck get there with a full crew, not necessarily just, in ITFD's case, when can somebody respond to a medical call for a CPR or something along those lines. There are some other options that council can consider. One is that we move ahead with the dissolution of the agreement, as we've been talking about for some time now, but leave the boundaries in place. So ITFD still cover the entire of the former township of Sydenham rather than an adapted map on that. One is that we leave the coverage areas in place for things like medical calls and motor vehicle collisions, MVCs, but ask that dispatch send out the Meaford Fire Department to this strip of land if there's a structure fire or something along those lines that needs that quicker full-scale response. That's obviously more complicated. That involves dispatch having to know exactly what the addresses are and get the right department for the right things, but it's an option. One is that we look again at the automatic aid agreement that we've got. So right now, anywhere between 4th Concession and Grey Road 112, Grey Road 12, has what's called an automatic aid agreement in it. And what that means is that if there's a structure fire in that area, then both departments, in fact, both ITFD, Meaford and Chatsworth should all be dispatched to that sea because it's in that middle stretch where nobody's particularly nearby. We have some issues with that automatic aid agreement right now in that really the dispatch isn't happening as it should do. And that's one of the things that, as we are currently negotiating an extension to our dispatch contract, will be part of those conversations to make sure the automatic aid is done properly, because automatic is meant to mean automatic, as in as soon as a call comes in, all the departments are paged out, not wait 5 minutes to see whether one department needs help or not. So that's sort of the last option, is that we could enhance that automatic aid agreement, either by having more than just structure fires on there, or by amending that map and making sure that the departments are dispatched effectively, instead of changing the boundary. The only issues with that are that then obviously you've still got to have a department who's in charge, and it might not necessarily be the first one that's on site, because it tends to go with whichever township that you'll be in. And you are increasing your costs ever so slightly because you've got 2 or potentially 3 sets of volunteers showing up to these calls, and then you've got to send people home if you don't need everybody. So there's different options there, but right now we're moving forward with closest door response. I think if council, either individually or collectively, are thinking that they want a different option, I'd really encourage us to talk about that today, because we are mailing out a pamphlet to all residents of the former township of Sydenham tomorrow, and I obviously want to make sure that the information that's in there is the correct information.
And that would require a motion to move forward to deal with it today, immediately.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think if anybody wanted to have another conversation about this, the best way to do it will be to do it as a notice of motion later, and then if council wanted to discuss it immediately, you could pass a motion to waive the procedural bylaw and then deal with it there and then.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and Mr. Smith, and I appreciate then having a little time to consider the information that you have just shared with us now. I wondered if I could ask a second inquiry, though. Mr. Armstrong, the hamlet and settlement signs, are we anticipating those to be installed before the end of the year?
Actually, through your worship, if I can, I'll push it over to Transportation Services if they can. They're the ones that were coordinating the installation of those signs, and I'm personally not sure where it sits. So.
Through your worship, we were working on getting everything together prior to everything that happened in March, and I will follow up to see where that all sits. I don't have a response right now, but I will follow up with council and identify when those will be going up. But we were working to figure out the correct locations for them to go along each road section to ensure that they properly reflected each of those hamlets.
Thank you, Tori, and I would appreciate that update when you have that sorted out.
Okay, Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, this is more or less a follow-up question from some of the questions that Harley had about the bridges. Tori, the bridge on the 7th line, you said the paving's going to be done tomorrow. So does that mean by tomorrow night that the road will be open, or does it need to be kind of a final inspection? And where I'm kind of going with this is the agriculture community is really feeling the pain of not having that bridge in. And actually, anybody that gets behind a tractor and a couple wagons going up the hill here on the far side towards Tim Hortons will feel the pain also, because it's really our only direct route to the local elevator is to actually come down past the hospital, turn right at the lights, and then proceed up Highway 26. So, if we can even save a day, if I don't want to tell somebody by Tuesday night it's a go, and then for somebody to make the wrong turn and to all of a sudden get there and have to turn around. So just to try and firm it up and kind of pin you down to a little bit closer to a time, does that mean if the paving is done tomorrow night, that Wednesday morning it's a go, or do you still have inspections after that?
Through your worship, once the paving is done, the bridge can be reopened. It's more the timing of the paving. It's very weather dependent. We're really lucky this week that there's supposed to be some great weather. So it's actually great that some of these projects are wrapping up with paving this week. With that being said, originally the paving was supposed to occur today, but because of the weather, they decided to push it off. So that would be the thing that would delay it. But once that paving is done, it will be complete. The detour signs will come down at the same time. So if residents no longer see those detour signs, then they will be able to get through that bridge section.
Okay, and that's good to know that, if some people see the pavers out there, they're thinking it's going to be open, then there had to be another inspection or something like that. So that's good to know. So thank you very much.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, this will be directed to Tori. And I'm going to start off with some positive comments, followed by an inquiry. Maybe most on council do not know this, but the municipality of Meaford's work crew have been doing quite the work on the 30th side road, going all the way from the 2nd concession going down to the 6th concession. There's been extensive work done on doing ditching, which they've done a terrific job on. They are discovering areas on that side road that in my lifetime I never realized there were culverts underneath that road, and they're discovering them and they're replacing those culverts. But most importantly, what I've been witnessing is we on council have been taking a lot of calls from time to time with the brush machine. And I have to say, Tori, that the work crew have changed, from my observation, the methodology in which the brush trimming head is used. For one, they're not reaching up so high. And more importantly, the rubble, if I can put it that way, has been reduced to, from my personal observation, very acceptable. So that's my comment. So I hope you can address maybe the methodology of the application of the brush trimmer. From what I've witnessed, it looks quite adequate for snow removal and pushing snow back into an area where they've got a chance to move that snow.
Through your worship, thanks for the positive comments. With regards to the brusher head, since the beginning of this year, we've definitely focused on trying to better utilize that piece of machinery so that it's both safe and effective, because it is a great piece of machinery to get a large amount of brushing work done that hasn't been done for many years, to allow for that ditch to be reinstated. So I don't have the exact specifics of those changes that have occurred over the past year, but it definitely has been a focus. Our manager of transportation, Jessica Wiley, has great expertise in the area and has brought some great knowledge to help either further confirm some of the things that were already happening and help tweak some other things to make sure that it's happening as best as possible, so that we can continue to utilize that piece of machinery to be as effective as possible.
Well done. Councillor Vickers?
Just to ask another question, past Tony's question about the brush trimmer. Is there much money left in the budget to run that brush trimmer for the rest of the fall? They're talking about, once we kind of get past these couple days here, that the weather looks quite good, and most of November should actually be quite pleasant this year as compared to last year. And I know just my own personal experience around my own property on the corner of Grey County Road 7 and Frogs Hollow. There's many places where the brusher could be used very effectively, and I just wondered, is there still money in the budget to keep, as long as the weather is good, that we can keep using it and keep making progress on some of these ditches that have grown up awfully bad over the last few years?
Through your worship, as it is an internally completed program, we can be doing it any time. The reason why we have to choose when we do it is that piece of machinery is also used for ditching. So as the weather is nice right now, we are utilizing that piece of machinery for ditching, but with the intention of the vegetation management program is that we'll actually be utilizing the brusher head throughout the winter. So once it does start to snow and ditching can no longer be completed, we will be using that piece of equipment throughout the winter when we have staff members who aren't required to be in plow trucks. So we did start to focus on that last winter, more so than we have getting the program started over the past couple years, but we'll continue to focus on that and work towards getting those locations, like you mentioned, starting to chip away at them so that we can get all of our road sections brushed.
Yeah, and I'm not just looking for my own section of roads to be done. It's just, it's a big, long list, and I just hope you can keep working away at it as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and for you as well, Tori, and I recognize this has just happened, the damage on Bayfield Street, but I'm just wondering if there's any updates you can provide, Council. I want you to know how much we appreciate staff being down there in the wee hours and dealing with the destruction, and whether there's any thought at this early date of bringing in larger rocks, or just what you're thinking at this point.
Through your worship, yes, some of the smaller rocks within the shoreline protection were thrown up onto the road from the waves that we saw throughout the evening. It has been cleaned up and the road section has been reopened. With regards to the decision about what will happen in the future, that section is actually being looked at by Darcy's team, as it is a part of one of our parks. So I know that they have a planned inspection to go out to try to decide what needs to happen moving forward, and transportation is happy to help when necessary to make sure that the right decisions are made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. Then Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you again, Your Worship. I only wanted to ask Director Tory to thank the Public Works crews for their quick reaction to the damage that Mother Nature threw at us once again. I was able to do a distant inspection of the work that the fellows were doing this morning. I saw a tractor with a loader. I saw the front end loader. I saw at least four dump trucks. It looked as if a lot of the really serious erosion, shall we call it, had been attended to. And if you would pass on to the crew, thank you very much for the quick action. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll make sure to pass that along.
Well said, everyone. Our thanks to all of the crew that once again had to manage the disaster we faced October. Okay, that's it for public inquiries. We'll move on to our motion and bylaws for decision, the first being the consent agenda. These items have been looked at before and can be approved with one motion to go forward, but any one of them can be withdrawn for separate discussion. So the first one is CAO 2020-21, the physician recruitment, which was to engage with the local health organizations, partners, and local physicians to gather knowledge, cultivate a shared understanding, and strengthen partnerships that support Council's priority to meet the needs of current and future residents for access to family doctors and other medical practitioners. B is COR 2020-38 is an MTO Connecting Links program application, once again. And C is a bylaw 2020-73 regarding a municipal election voting method. Are there any of those that anyone wishes to withdraw, to pull out? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item C.
Okay. All right. Could I have a mover and a seconder then for A and B on the consent? Councillor Kentner, Councillor Vickers. All in favor? And that is carried. All right, we'll move to bylaw 2020-73. I'm assuming, Councillor Bell, you'll move that, will you?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Could I have a seconder for that? Councillor Vickers, thank you. Did you wish to make a comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for our clerk. So approving this, as has been discussed at this council, it also ties in with a later conversation on council on items 7, 2, and C. So I need clarity on whether this council affirms this and we have a discussion later. Does one of these become redundant? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Through you, Madam Mayor. No, it doesn't. The bylaw that's before you today is a bylaw to determine how we vote, as in what will each individual person do to cast a ballot. So in this case, the bylaw says that the council is allowing vote by mail in addition to in-person voting. The conversation later will be strictly about the amendments to the Municipal Elections Act, which only affects the potential for ranked ballots and a number of other deadlines that I'll talk a bit more about later.
Thank you.
Anything further? Questions on that? No? Then I will call the question. All in favor of this moving forward? And those against? That is carried. So on to 7.2, items for consideration. The first being DEV 2020-38 is a bylaw, for a zoning bylaw amendment for 158458 7th line. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Over to you, Rob.
Yep, thank you, Worship. So we had a public meeting some time ago for the establishment of some bunkhouses for the intensive orchard operations that are going on between the 7th and the 9th line, or Grey Road 112. Through that public meeting, we didn't hear any concerns from the public raised to it. There was one issue that the Conservation Authority raised with regard to the access into the bunkhouse and in relation to the floodplain, which delayed our consideration of approval. They have now addressed the Conservation Authority's comments, and we are now prepared to recommend approval of the bunkhouse bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm wondering, Mr. Armstrong, if I could ask in relation to the bunkhouse, and I certainly want to see it go forward, but recognizing that we are in a time of a pandemic and that there is risk of some foreign workers potentially needing an opportunity to isolate, and how might that be accommodated in the plans for such a bunkhouse?
Through your worship, so all bunkhouses require the approval of the Bruce Gray Owen Sound Health Unit. They are the ones that we take leadership from or take advice from with regard to the necessary things that need to be undertaken from COVID. through the correspondence, I know that came out, and we did have a comment from them that all matters in the design of it, the layout would be considered and approved by the health unit in relation to that. So we take comfort in that regard. I think this is really being set up for next year, and hopefully things are a lot different. And if there's isolation, that will happen irrespective of whether they're going to this bunkhouse or going to anywhere in the province of Ontario with regard to foreign workers.
That was my question.
That was your question? Okay. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, if I might add a little bit further to that, I know other facilities this year had to either bring in temporary campers or bunk them into hotels to get the 2-week quarantine period. So if that helps you at all, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Keaveney,
Thank you.
that's usually what happens.
Are there any other questions for this issue? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Next one is bylaw 2020-75, a site plan agreement, H1 removal at 161 Fraser Street. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Vickers. And back to you.
Yep, thank you,
Rob?
Worship. This is our standard removal of the holding
Yep.
symbol where it doesn't front an open to maintain public street. So this is our standard procedure.
Standard procedure. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. C is COM 2020-29 is regarding Bill 2218, supporting Ontario's Recovery and Municipal Elections Act. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for this? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Vickers. And over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get into the detail of the report, I just want to do a quick clarification and acknowledgement of a mistake on my end that our friends at the Meaford Independent and a local proportional representation Facebook group did bring forward. When we met a couple of weeks ago, I did talk about ranked ballots as being proportional representation, and of course they are not. They are still a method of electing one person, and they are done in a way that makes sure you get 50% of the vote, and that isn't proportional representation. So just wanted to clear that up. But with regard to this report specifically, I'm asking Council to endorse sending a letter to the provincial government to disagree and oppose all of the amendments to the Municipal Elections Act that are being proposed as part of Bill 218. Bill 218 has been brought forward as being to do with economic recovery from COVID-related issues, but thrown in there without any consultation of people running municipal elections were three major changes to the Municipal Elections Act. The first was removing the option for municipalities to have ranked choice voting. The second was changing nomination day from being the fourth Friday in July to the second Friday in September. And the third was to change a couple of other deadlines around publishing election procedures and when councils have to have passed the bylaws about alternative voting methods, which this council has just done. We don't bring forward reports about legislation, and certainly not opposing provincial legislation very often, but I thought that this was an important one to bring to you for a couple of different reasons. The first is that I have some major problems with some of the proposed changes themselves. Nomination day in particular, that is a significant change, delaying the final day for nominations for 6 weeks during an election year. Nomination day moved from September to July in the last review of the Municipal Elections Act, and that was done after a request from all of the clerks and election officials around the province of Ontario, because having the final day for nominations in the middle of September makes it very, very difficult to produce ballots, check ballots, mail ballots or mail polling cards, train staff effectively, because simply put, the timeline's not there. You have around about 4 weeks left to do everything that you need to do that involves knowing who your candidates are, which of course is a fairly important part of elections. I think it also has quite an impact on candidates and on the public themselves. Candidates can start putting in their nominations from May, and so if candidates don't know who their opponents are till the middle of September. And if the public don't know who's running until the middle of September, it makes that campaign period pretty difficult to manage for candidates, the public and staff. Similarly, one of the other deadline changes is that it changes the date that the clerk must publish election procedures from December 31st of the year before the election to June the 1st of election year itself. That to me is a pretty big problem because it means that candidates are putting in their paperwork for election before I've told candidates how the election is going to be conducted. That doesn't seem to be a great way of doing it. We as a municipality will continue to do things on previous timelines and meet some of those deadlines, but I think it's important that lots of places do, as we all know, operate to deadlines, and that we keep that transparency and clarity on how elections are going to operate. Ranked choice in itself, we've talked about this a few times at Council, and obviously Council have made quite a significant decision to move forward with a ballot question, and that was picked up on during this process by CBC and a couple of other broadcast areas. For me personally, the option to have ranked choice or not isn't a huge deal, but I think this leads into my biggest problem with this whole legislation change in its entirety, which is we were just told. There was no clarification, there was no consultation. Many municipalities have started to plan for the 2022 elections because that's the responsible thing to be doing, and to be told that the rules are changing without the professional organisations like AMCTO being consulted, without AMO being consulted, without individual clerks having the opportunity to give input into proposed legislation, and especially doing that under the guise of a COVID-required change when this election is still 2 years away, and we very much hope that COVID situation will not be as it is currently, and even if it is, it will then be the new normal, so we will have to be dealing with it. These changes will not make a pandemic-affected election any better. So making changes unilaterally that affect municipalities and don't affect anybody else, and doing it under the guise of COVID that is completely irrelevant, I think is something that is absolutely inappropriate. And I think that we as a municipality should be expressing our displeasure to the government, and hopefully other municipalities will do the same, and this won't go through.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I'd just like to say that I emailed Matt immediately. I read this motion. I feel that he's right on the money. I can't understand what the provincial rationale is for any of the moves, particularly having been a first-time candidate the last election. I think the timing of nominations is critically important, and I can't see how it benefits anybody. The moves, it's sort of like an omnibus presentation, and that alone creates suspicion, and I just can't fathom what the province's ideas are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Matthew, for bringing this forward. I can certainly support your recommendation here. I think the local municipality knows best for the municipality, and in the case of the ranked voting, I think we know best what we want to experiment with. It seems to me back when the Ford government was first elected, they talked about no more top-down decisions, more bottom-up. And to me, this is a top-down decision, and it should be coming from the bottom up. So I'm hoping we can support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, I guess my concern about this this motion that we have in front of us here right now is the rank balloting part, Matt. You know, when we were talking about it around the council table, you know, I was kind of pretty well it could go either way on it, sort of thing. And since we have taken our stand, which is what I support here 100%, I'm concerned that we're all of a sudden going to get into a battle between these two different parties or two different ways of thinking sort of thing. And I guess my concern is that all the other things that you talked about, having the nominations in by the end of July and all the other couple ones, I fully endorse you working to oppose it on our behalf. I'm worried about the rank balloting getting into this sort of a quagmire of endless opinions and philosophies coming through, and having you kind of trying to champion it one way or the other. So I don't want to see you put loads of time into a subject that probably maybe isn't as important to me as what it is to other people. So I guess that's my only concern with you bringing this forward is, to my mind, don't spend a ton of time on this, defending it to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Through you, Madam Mayor. To be honest, there won't be an awful lot more time spent on this because whatever Council's resolution we'll reproduce in a letter and send that to the people listed, plus AMO and the local MPP and so on. And that will really be sort of the end of our contribution, unless by some miracle there are hearings into this and my name is plucked from a hat of all the letter writers to go and talk at Queen's Park, but I strongly doubt that will happen. I think the reason I include ranked ballots in this is really for that bigger macro level scale of just changing the rules on people halfway through. There are municipalities who are very much in the process of making that work for 2022. And this council has said that they want to have a ballot question. So I don't think I would be campaigning in any way for or against ranked ballots. I'd just be campaigning that the municipality should have the right to choose, because that was already given to us.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Matt, you said on your opening comments that it's very rare that council would send a letter like this up to the province of Ontario. And I'm thinking that the very fact that we gather in the manner in which we do is authorized by the Ontario government, that they're the ones that, as members of provincial parliament, they gather, and they have many items before them at that top job that they have to do. And there are many, many times when this municipality seeks the help of the province of Ontario. And I wouldn't like to think that members of provincial parliament would get a list of municipalities, including ourselves, that we are in opposition to the very force that puts us in these seats. So I've thought about this and thought about what Matt has said. There's things inside that from a logistics point of view that are difficult. It's purely logistical. But I am in reservation of sending a letter of telling the provincial government that they're not doing this right. So I think I'll be reserved on this one, fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Deputy Mayor, did you?
Yes, happy to chime in, Your Worship, and I will support Matt and his recommendation. I see in our communications package that we have had, I believe, 2 other letters that are in support of exactly what you're recommending for us, and it just seems to me that the province should have reached out for consultation. That's part of a normal process, and it's I'm kind of baffled as to why in this situation they didn't take opportunity to do that. So I think we should speak back and make sure that we do have that opportunity to have our opinions shared. So I will support what Mr. Smith is requesting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I will as well, not from the simple fact of we had simply decided as a council in the best interests of our community to put a question with regard to ranked ballots on our, as a referendum on the next election ballot. And the next day was when the edict came down from Premier Ford that this was not going to be allowed. I think that we have set a precedent in our community for that ranked ballot question to come before our public. They may have a different opinion, but at least they've had an option to decide for themselves whether they want to go ahead with a ranked ballot. So for that reason, as well as the logistics that you alone would know best about, you and your team, that puts together all of the logistical preparations for an election, the timing is critical, and given the scarce resources that we do have on all of our departments, but particularly during election time in our clerk's department, time is of the essence, and the more time that we can provide to our team to pull this together, the better. So I will support that as well. Anything further from council? And I will call the question. All in favor? And we have one dissenting, and that's carried. Thank you, Matt, for bringing that forward. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole? Councillor Greenfield, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Thank you. The first item on our Committee of the Whole agenda is a CAO 2020-22, is our communications strategy update. And I will ask for a mover and a second to bring that forward. Councillor Kentner, Deputy Mayor, thank you. And welcome Janet and Haley, both in the audience. Are you going to come forward with your presentation? Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while.
Thank you. I know it's been a minute,
Council.
hasn't it? Thank you for having me this afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'm here to give you a bit of an update on the progress of the communication strategy. So as you know, we put out an RFP and we have selected the successful proponent and started the process. So the successful proponent was the Letter M Marketing. They know the area quite well. They actually did Grey County's communication strategy as well, and they've been wonderful to work with so far. So our project schedule, we've split that up into 6 phases. So we're at about the end of phase 3 right now. We've completed the startup phase, the information gathering and audit phase, and the best practice analysis. Next coming up, we have the public consultation, which will be very exciting. And then early in the new year, we'll be getting the draft copy of the communication strategy for us to review, and we'll have that coming to council for finalization and approval in March. So for the information gathering and audit phase, we provided the Letter M with a wide variety of the materials that we put out, a little bit of everything. It included a review of our website and social media. And they conducted a thorough analysis of all of that. And what they found was that we had a skilled staff team and a strong spokesperson in the mayor. They were very impressed with the We Love It Here branding campaign that was conducted, and they found the materials for that really engaging. And they also thought that we had a really good variety of broad communications tools. They did identify that we needed more public feedback on the communications tools that we employ. They suggested we look at more informal communications tactics and a stronger brand consistency as well. So that process has been completed, and they've also been through the best practice analysis. So they actually conducted interviews with 5 comparable municipalities. The questions they asked included the structure and the roles and the responsibilities of their communication staff, how they develop their priorities, and what are some of the struggles and challenges that they experience. And it was nice to see that a lot of the similar struggles that we have here are also things that other area municipalities are dealing with. They found that there was a lot of crossover between the communication staff and the tourism and economic development staff. And many of these municipalities also had an internal staff team that worked collaboratively to move communications forward. The challenges included reaching all audiences, including rural and seasonal residents, and dealing with the spread of misinformation and the general distrust in government. So we're meeting later this week with the Letter M to go over their sort of final findings from those 2 pieces. And then from there, we'll be moving on into the public engagement phase of the project. So later this month, they're going to be conducting about a dozen stakeholder interviews, which all members of council will be invited to take part in. We're also going to include some staff and some members of the public in those stakeholder interviews as well, so that we get a good, well-rounded and in-depth picture of our communications. We will also be releasing a public survey, so that will be out for about 4 weeks, between the last 2 weeks of November and first couple weeks of December. We're aiming to get between 400 and 500 responses, which is pretty consistent from what we've seen with past surveys, such as the budget survey and things like that. So I think that's an achievable number, and we're also discussing ways we can do particular outreach into the rural areas of the community to make sure that they have their chance to have their voices heard and be engaged in this process. So then early next year, we'll be coming back to council early next year with another report following the completion of the public engagement process. And then from there, the letter M will be producing the draft copy. They'll provide that to our staff so we have a chance to review it and provide them with any revisions. And then we'll get the final copy back to you in March of next year. So that's the quick highlights of where we are right now and what we've done. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Haley. This is a very exciting project. We've waited a long time.
Absolutely.
And you've been working very hard on this, I know. Are there any questions from Council Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Haley. And yes, I'm excited as well to see this moving forward, particularly because during the public sessions here at Meaford Hall in relation to the economic development strategy, that was the main comment we heard loud and clear, was that we needed to do a better job with our communications. So this is in great response to that. I had two questions for you, Haley, if I may. On page 3, where it talks to broad appeal communications tools, they don't mention Facebook, but I assume that you have done a considerable amount of work with the letter M in terms of Facebook, because it seems to me that's one of our main communications tools that probably you get the most feedback from.
That is correct, and they did identify that our social media was one of our strengths. We have really good engagement through Facebook in particular, not just the municipal page, but there's a Parks and Recreation page, the library page, the museum in Meaford Hall. One of our social media presence was certainly identified as a strength.
And that's good to hear. And a second question, if I may, Your Worship.
Mm-hmm.
On page 4, and you just spoke to it, the stakeholder engagement. I know it'll be council and some members of staff, and I'm wondering how you're going to decide upon the members of the public that you will invite to participate.
So we have asked our public-facing staff for recommendations. If there are any members of the public or members of our committees that have expressed interests in the communications and provided feedback on communications before that they think would be a good fit for this, we're going to be reviewing that list of potential candidates and then reaching out to them to take part. If any members of council have suggestions, you can please pass those along as well.
I will do that. Thank you, Haley.
Thank you, Haley. Any further questions? I guess we'll wait till the next phase hits us. Thank you so much for all the work up to now, and we look forward to the next session, the public engagement session.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so this is just to be received for information purposes. All in favor of receiving this for information purposes, and that is carried. Moving on to Community Services, COM 2020-30 is Bill 197, implications with regard to the Municipal Act. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for this on the table? Councillor, yes, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield, thank you. And Matt, are you going to do this one?
I am. 2 election reports last time, 2 legislation reports this time. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but let's hope it carries on. Bill 197 was a bill that came out earlier in the pandemic, and it was a bill that would primarily introduce changes to the Municipal Act that allowed councils to meet electronically outside of emergencies. Historically, you might remember that back in 2018, the province allowed members of council to participate in council meetings electronically if municipalities amended their procedural bylaw, but those members were not counted for quorum and could not vote or attend closed sessions. At the start of the pandemic, emergency legislation was passed to allow all municipalities to meet remotely, subject to changes to the procedural bylaw. to avoid groups having to come together at a time when we couldn't distance and didn't really know what the impact of the pandemic were. Of course, MIFA did that. We met electronically for 4 or 5 months. What they've now done is brought in legislation, again, that says that if council wishes, we can amend the procedural bylaw to allow for electronic meetings to continue even after the municipal declaration of emergency has been pulled back, or to have hybrid meetings. The legislation also did one other thing, which is to allow for proxy votes in council. And a proxy vote in this scenario is where perhaps Sir Councillor Bartley, who is away today, would have been able to choose another member of council and nominate them in writing to me and say that, let's say Councillor Bell is going to be my proxy for the day and he will give you all of the votes that I would give. So in effect, a member of council would say, here, my proxy, here's all the ways I'd like to vote on all of these resolutions, and then that person would vote on their behalf. This report talks about whether we as a municipality should take advantage of either of these options. So I'll deal with the proxy votes first, because it's probably the simpler one. As a clerk, I have no issue with this particularly. The downside of it is that it means that the member of council who's absent has already decided on their vote without hearing any conversation. That is, of course, is a downside, because one of the purposes of council is for you to debate amongst yourselves and persuade and argue and come to some sort of conclusion, and that member wouldn't be able to take part in that, but would still have the vote. Having said that, I think there is a value in it for members who can't be there for any particular reason, and particularly with this council, it would happen relatively rarely. Having said I don't mind it, I also don't think it's an urgent priority for this municipality to deal with, so our recommendation at this time is that we would implement that, or at least that option, when we do the next procedural bylaw review, which will likely be in the run-up to the 2022 election. We would probably bring something forward then, or do it shortly afterwards. Electronic meetings is the far bigger issue here. And our recommendation at this moment in time is that we don't change our procedural bylaw to allow for electronic participation. And really the key reason for this is our technological limitations. I look around the group gathered before me today, and I know that most of us had some technical issues during our pandemic-affected meetings that conducted over Zoom. It is difficult with the internet in our local area to be certain that we can sort of maintain those meetings and have everybody participate. It's even difficult when you're actually based in the office. We're still doing some meetings electronically as an administration team, and to be honest, I was doing a job interview today and I couldn't hear the person I was interviewing, they couldn't hear me, and it didn't go very well. And that's because our internet connections even at the office aren't the greatest. There are a couple of ways that we could look at this. One is that many municipalities are doing, and I think Grey County has done, is that they're allowing what's called hybrid meetings. For hybrid meetings, some members of council would be in a council chambers or around a horseshoe as you are now, and other members would be remote. That is, for the municipality of Meaford at this time, impossible, unless council is going to invest significant amounts of money in new technology, new internet connection facilities, and extra staffing to be able to administer them. We don't have the ability to have the right video streams going for people to be able to see the horseshoe and 3 or 4 people somewhere else on a video conference call. The audio would likely become an issue, as we've experienced with some of the Zoom meetings already. And we simply don't have the technical knowledge or resources in-house to run those sorts of systems. The other option, which is acceptable to us as staff, but I think is still not necessarily advisable, is that we could amend the procedural bylaw to say that exclusively electronic meetings are allowed. So once we're out of the municipal state of emergency, council could still decide to meet remotely because there was a snowstorm or because there was a peak in COVID numbers during that particular period of time, or for some other reason. The reason I'm not particularly in favour of that, even though technically we could do it, are twofold. One, as I've said, we had a lot of technical difficulties when we were trying to have electronic meetings previously. But secondly, it's public access. If we're having ad hoc one-off meetings electronically, it's very difficult for the public to know when those are happening, to know how they access those meetings, and to really be able to come to council and make their case about the things that are going on. If there's a snowstorm, for instance, we had one of those 2 years ago, I think it was, where we delayed a council meeting because the snow was too bad. Our procedural bylaw says we meet the following Monday. We met the following Monday. I don't think there's very many scenarios where a council meeting can't be postponed should there be something that happens that means no councillor can get to a public meeting. Happy to take any questions and look forward to your discussion.
Thank you, Matt. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for this report, Matt. And just a scenario comes to mind, thinking because of COVID and that all of us are told that if we have a sniffle or anything of that nature, we should not come out in public. So for argument's sake, I've got a sniffle and a bit of a cough and I'm at home and I'm watching the live stream. If we agreed to proxy voting, could I then email you at the end of each discussion to say I'm yay or nay?
So the way the legislation is written is that it has to be another council member that you've nominated and that you've nominated in advance. I think trying to do it on a one-by-one basis, especially sort of live, would get pretty tricky. Again, because our connections are not always the most reliable here. So it certainly wouldn't be able to come through the clerk, and if council was going to do this, my recommendation would be that you be providing the list of votes in advance.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So very quickly on this one, I don't think from the experience that I've had, and Matt alluded to it, that I think most of council knows that I was one of the ones that did have some great difficulty, and I did have to deal with bandwidth and that kind of issue. So I wouldn't be inclined to allowing this municipality to do anything outside of state of emergency, that we'd gather like through electronic means like that. And as far as sending in a proxy vote, I don't have any appetite to want to do that and put my pressure on any one of these current serving members to speak up for myself. If I'm here, I'm here, and if I'm not, I guess I just don't have my voice before council. So on this one, I don't think we should do either of them outside of an emergency. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Matthew. With a proxy voter, we assume that they will vote as in the same way as the person they're replacing. And I think that usually happens. It may not always. It's I couldn't help thinking when I was reading this how we compare it to our substitute on Grey County Council, which it's not a proxy vote, but it is a substitution. So can you just compare the two or contrast the two a little bit, please?
Sure. I think the proxy vote is very definitively that you are representing that person and their views. Your comment, Councillor Greenfield, is an interesting one about the assumption that people will abide by their colleagues' wishes. I would very much hope that they would, and I think it might be a fairly interesting code of conduct complaint if somebody went against the proxy vote that they were meant to be giving. The county council substitute's a little bit different because councillors nominated a third person to attend county meetings where the mayor or deputy mayor can't be there, but there's no implication that they are there as the mayor or the deputy mayor. They are their own person, they are going to those meetings, and they can, and indeed in many cases have, voted differently from the person that they're replacing.
Thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, I guess my thinking on this is why muddy the water and make up more rules for such a small percentage of the time? So I'm not really in favor of any of these changes. Like they happen so few times. Like why, I feel, not waste your time, but why put effort and time and money into this? And you talked about having to, to spend a lot of money to get some kind of a hybrid system. And with accountability of the taxpayers' dollars, I really don't find that it would be good use of the money. So I'm, for the amount of times that it would really become in effect, I have no desire to spend any money or time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. So that's it for comments. Moving ahead, I'm in absolute agreement with this. I think this is something that really won't apply to us because of technical difficulties that we have with off-site meetings. So we are just, the recommendation here is to receive this for information purposes only, and we can do that. All in favor of receiving this for information purposes only, and that is carried. Moving on to COM 2020-31, Meaford Hall Strategic Plan Outline. I need a mover and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Vickers. Thank you. And Susan, is she
I'm
coming?
going to take
You're
this
going
one.
to take this one, Matt?
Susan's going to save her council energy for next Monday, when I'm sure you'll have lots of questions for her, because this is a pretty simple report, really. We have a strategic marketing plan for Meaford Hall that Council adopted a few years ago. It is coming to an end this year. So it had been our intent to do a new strategic plan at the start of next year. We were very much going to base that upon the successful process that we had for the museum strategic plan earlier this year. Having started to write that report about what we were going to do and to get council's buy-in to that, we've really come to the conclusion that doing a strategic plan for this building in the early part of next year will be pretty counterproductive. We want to get lots of public feedback about how this building should be used and what its aims and goals should be. And I think almost exclusively right now, that feedback will be COVID related and what we should do to survive the pandemic. That, while useful, is something we're already sort of talking to various stakeholder groups about, but isn't something that's useful for us in the 4 or 5 year term. So the suggestion here is that we will do a strategic plan. We will do it very much like we did the museum strategic plan, but we'll do it in early 2022 instead, and keep using the techniques that are in the current marketing plan that have been very successful over the last couple of years to keep us going as we move through 2021.
Short and sweet, thank you. Councillor Vickers?
Yeah, just I would agree with that completely. It's so unfortunate that the Meaford Hall was gaining so much momentum up to COVID-19, and obviously COVID-19 has just changed everything as it comes to the Meaford Hall. So I'm in complete agreement to give it time. We have to survive this period, and then after that, regroup and get back onto our bike and start pedaling again. So,
Well said. Deputy Mayor.
Just a small point, if I may, Your Worship. Page 3, Matt, where it speaks to process. I'm wondering, assuming that we are going to move forward and do this in 2022, if one of the key organizations to be consulted could be the Economic Development Advisory Committee.
Absolutely.
Anything further from council? Again, the recommendation here is to receive this for information purposes, and we'll wait for the big plan coming forward. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to infrastructure services, INF 2020-07 is commemorative road naming. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Bell and Councillor Kentner. Tori, over to you.
Thank you. So this report reviews the use of commemorative road naming in Meaford. Commemorative road names have been adopted by Grey County However, no other local municipality utilizes a dual road naming system, whether commemorative road names or two road names for a section. When Grey County adopted this, their commemorative road naming policy in 2013, the main concern was with regards to emergency services. So following receiving direction from council to review commemorative road names to be added to our current policy, staff communicated with the fire department and fire dispatch to understand the impact to emergency services. Dispatch identified concerns with the program and identified that the existing Grey County policy does cause some issues and impacts response times. So based on the concerns identified, staff cannot recommend the use of commemorative road names. However, has provided an updated street, park, and facility naming policy to include commemorative road naming to be adopted if council wishes, and is included with this report. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tori. Councillor Kentner.
Yes, through your worship, thank you, Tori. I felt bad. I think I read 100 times in there that we just don't want to do this, but we're going to try. So I appreciate that. It says in there somewhere that we definitely will not allow two names for a road, but we already have Frogs Hollow Side Road, which Councillor Vickers referred to a little earlier. We also have Nighthawk Valley Road, which means a lot to the people in that neighborhood. So are we saying in here that, no, you can have Night Road or you can have Frog Road, but you can't have the whole name? I mean, where are we going with this?
So those parts of the naming policy are what we currently have in our policy. I don't know if Rob can maybe speak to that a little bit more, because I know his department was involved in developing that policy. My understanding is that we do have road names with two words in them currently, so I feel like it could be something that could be adopted, but that policy identifies the consistent requirements that the municipality puts in place to ensure ease of use, but there's definitely locations that don't meet that policy.
Rob?
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add than what Tori said. It's recognized that there's some that didn't meet the policy.
That didn't meet the policy.
And supplementary, it seems like that even the county does have the Gerald Short Parkway and does have the Eric Winkler Parkway. And so it doesn't seem logical that we would have the Blake Parkway or the Smith Parkway. You know, if you're going to recognize a hero, you know, you should recognize them. So anyway, that was part of my thinking. And I did notice in the policy that we've gone to great lengths to figure out how we're going to honor our heroes and important, you know, historical figures. But we really don't have any bank of names whatsoever. And I do believe that in the very near future, we are going to have a lot of new streets in Meaford, which is going to be a good thing. And it would be a good thing if we could name them appropriately. And hopefully, we'll give some thought between now and then to filling in some of the blanks in that policy. Thank you.
Matt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on the two names issue, I should really point out that there is a significant difference between the Gerald Short Parkway and the Henry Winkler Parkway. Gerald Short Parkway is the official name of that road. It has no other name. Addresses are fire number Gerald Short Parkway. The Winkler Parkway is very much a commemorative name in the same way as the new text that's in yellow in the policy that's in front of you. The single name is the new practice. It's best practice. That's in there. Previous things that have had two names are all from prior to these policies being adopted at both the county and the local level. But the single name also doesn't affect the commemorative name, because it's concentrating on what dispatch uses in their software, which needs to be a single name.
I just would like to add that, you know, it is actually one of our strategic priorities as a council during this term to consider our sort of our place and our culture and our history. So, and give it due recognition. So I feel that we've dragged staff kicking and screaming into this, but I feel I certainly want to vote for it. I hope my fellow councillors will as well. And thanks for the efforts that you put into this.
Councillor Kentner, anything further from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of directing the staff to enact this bylaw? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Tori, for putting the effort into that. Moving on to INF 2020-08, Structures 21 and 22 update, and mover and a seconder, please, to put that in. Councillor Bell and Councillor Kentner. And over to who's going to do this, Tori?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. So this report is an update on the replacement of structures 21 and 22 based on the council resolution passed on July 27th, requesting a consultant to be engaged to provide preliminary costing for different bridge alternatives. So the municipality engaged the services of RJ Burnside and Associates to complete an evaluation of the bridge alternatives that have a potential to be utilized to replace structures 21 and 22, and we're lucky actually today to have a member from the consulting team here to help answer any technical questions if you may have any. The purpose of the evaluation is to allow the municipality to have more information to evaluate if proceeding with the amended Class A is the desired direction for structures 21 and 22. So Burnside's evaluation included the review of 9 different bridge types that could be utilized in this location, and included the review of both single-lane and 2-lane bridge options for each of the 9 structures, except for one which only had the opportunity to have a single lane. Preliminary costs were provided for each bridge structure, as well as a review of the benefits and constraints of each option. An overview of the engineering, construction, and maintenance costs were identified in the council report. The key number to look at is that net present value cost per year, as it provides a life cycle comparison of each bridge type. The value identifies how the upfront cost is not the always representative of the most cost-effective option, as bridge life expectancy and maintenance costs are also important in the evaluation. And these values will increase with inflation annually and present the impact to the municipality's tax base each year if these structures are reopened. So based on the costs provided, the upfront costs associated with the bridge options to replace both structures vary from approximately $895,000 to approximately $2.1 million. The maintenance costs associated with each bridge type are also presented in the report to provide a representative picture of the impact of reopening the bridges. Depending on the outcome of the Class A and preliminary design, the viable options that could result in costs anywhere within the identified range, and on the higher end if the structures are replaced with a 2-lane bridge option. So based on the new information, the options identified in the July 27th report for council to consider in relation to structures 21 and 22 remain the same, with the addition of requesting the town of Chatsworth to reconsider their current decision. These options include accepting the existing environmental assessment as option 1. Option 2, request Chatsworth to reconsider their decision. Option 3 is request arbitration. And option 4 is to conduct an EA and construct new bridges fully funded by the municipality. While staff identify that the best legal and financial course of action is to proceed with option 1, which is identified in the original report, as it complies with the existing Class A and results in the lowest cost overall to taxpayers, it is recognized that council has given direction to open all bridge structures. So based on council's direction and the communication staff have had to date with Chatsworth, it is recommended that the municipality proceed with option 3, request for arbitration. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer as well. Mr. Riley from Burnside is here to answer any more technical questions.
Thank you, Tori. Questions for Tori, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, I'm happy to begin. First of all, Tori, was this report shared with the Township of Chatsworth?
We have not yet to date shared it. This will be the first time that any public or other municipalities will be seeing the report.
Because if I recall correctly, when we last discussed going forward to acquire this report, we agreed that there would be ongoing communication with Chatsworth should any information come forward. So I'm sorry to say I'm just a bit disappointed that Chatsworth wasn't privy to this report. But just to move forward, certainly I'm going to recommend option number 2. And the way I look at it is this. We have a multi-million-dollar business coming to our municipality and our new long-term care facility. And we have invested in infrastructure. I know that it was needed anyway, but on Thompson Street, and we're looking at Cook Street in our upcoming budget to accommodate this particular investment by People Care. And here we are talking about this little corner in Bognor, which really isn't such a little corner because there's a $20 million agricultural industry going on in this heart of Bognor. And here we are having a very difficult and long decision about what to do with Bridges 21 and 22. We've been working on this now for over 4 years. And people are going to say, where did the $20 million come from? Well, that has been established from statistical data that OMAFRA have provided related to the amount of acreage in production along with the type of crops grown and current commodity prices. So $20 million could conceivably be a pretty conservative number for the economic impact of what's going on in this area. So again, I think it's incredibly important that we get back and have a discussion with Chatsworth, allow them to look through this report and to continue those conversations with our colleagues in the neighboring township and try to come to some understanding and agreement as to how we're going to approach getting these bridges open. We have agreed in our SOTI report that we will keep all bridges open, and I think it's high time that we got to the table and came up with a solution for Bridges 21 and 22.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Tori, or through the mayor, I guess, to you, Tori, or the representative from Burnside, the maintenance cost. I'm a little confused about how that all works in. And let's take the very first one, the steel girder and timber deck bridge. It has a maintenance cost of $140,000. So is that $140,000 over the lifespan of the bridge?
Through your worship, yes. So in Burnside's report, if you want more information, it is broken out on what those maintenance costs are on a 15-year basis. So yes, those are the major maintenance costs that we would be seeing. We also do annual maintenance for all of our bridges, which are smaller costs that aren't reflected in these numbers because we do them, and they're small costs regardless. They're more of an operating. But those would be the significant maintenance costs added up over the lifespan of the bridge.
So if you go to the last one in the one-lane bridges, the cast in place concrete cap, over those 45 years, we're figuring on major maintenance costs of $80,000 at today's figures, correct? And how does that then translate into the net present value cost per year?
I'm going to hand this one over.
No, and I'm just trying to get a full idea of, like, these numbers are great to throw around. I want to understand them a little bit better.
Through you, Madam Mayor. What we used was the MTO has a structural financial analysis manual, and they use a current dollars assessment of future costs. So what we're trying to do is map out what might be the cost in the future using today's dollars for maintenance, and we have, for example, in the timber deck bridge, we indicate every 15 years or so we have to replace what we call the deck surface. And that's sort of something that would have to go along. And so if we were to do that, it would cost $40,000 today, sort of thing. But what the MTO says, we'll put that forward and discount that cost back. So it becomes a smaller cost today. It's the net value today of what it would cost in the future at current dollars. It's complicated.
It would essentially be like taking out inflation. It's like the opposite.
Yeah.
So when we look at things in the future, we add inflation. Instead, what net present value does essentially is take a value in the future and reduces it by inflation over those years.
Perfect.
It is a complicated calculation, and we did have a bit of a conversation about it when we were putting the report together.
So, okay, yep, I interrupted.
Yep, no, go on.
So how do we use this dollar value to help us make the best decision?
Through your worship, so that per year dollar figure, essentially you can utilize it to understand that if we reopen these bridges, that's how much annually we will be adding plus inflation to the tax base. So I think the numbers range from about $15,000 a year to in the $20 range mark. That would be the amount per year that we would have to be putting away so that we can cover the entire cost of the bridge over the lifespan. When you look at those costs and realize that we have about 85 structures, that's when it becomes a little bit more paramount onto how much money is needed, because these bridges alone don't seem to be a lot of money, and so $15,000 or $20,000 a year isn't spent annually. But if we put that much away annually, then we would have enough money to pay for all of the costs of the bridge over the lifespan.
So what would be the net present value of Trowbridge Street or Sykes Street Bridge?
As those bridges are significantly larger and significantly more expensive, you would expect for it to just be that much larger. So for instance, if to replace Trowbridge Street, it would cost $4 million, you would anticipate that the per year dollar figure would be somewhere in the range of $50,000 a year that we would have to put away. Those are numbers I'm coming out with off the top of my head, just based on the figures in this report, but I think that would be about representative. So our larger bridges definitely would have more money that we would be needing to put away annually. These numbers don't reflect all of our bridges. These are some of the smaller bridges that we have in our municipality.
So if I can keep going, so in the long run, I don't know whether those numbers, and hopefully Darcy doesn't get offended, or the representative from Burnside, it just seems like there's numbers trying to cloud the water or muddy the water, if you know what I mean. Like, you're throwing these numbers out here that don't mean as much to me as it does to somebody else, and I don't know whether I'm reading this wrong or whether I'm supposed to appreciate it in a different way, but it does make it awfully confusing, because the number, in my mind, the most important number is 100 on the last one, cast in place concrete top, 45 years, engineering at $172,000, cost of approximately $722,000. Those are the numbers that really make a difference to me, because after 45 years, chances are, Tori, you may be the only one around out of all of us to do the next one, sort of thing. So. These figures are all great, but to me, in my mind, those first two are probably the important ones, and the annual maintenance cost would be another important one, as opposed to, the maintenance cost kind of looks a little skewed at 80,000. But I guess you divide 80,000 into 45 years, and that would be kind of the number, which would be, what, $2,000, give or take?
Through your worship. So we did want to present all of those numbers so that council does see what the different costs are. The reason for using a tool like net present value is to see the life cycle costs. So as much as the upfront costs for option 9 might be less, the life cycle costs actually work out to be more expensive per year than some of the other options because it does have that shorter lifespan. This information is also preliminary, so it's important to remember that we still need to go through a number of studies if that's the direction council wants to go in. And some of these options might not be viable, either due to environmental reasons. Maybe some of them are no longer viable due to the class environmental assessment. For instance, if a two-lane bridge option is selected as preferred, that option will no longer be one that we could move forward with. So these costs are really supposed to represent the range that could occur. If they are viable, we will definitely work to move forward with the most cost-effective of the viable options, as we always do, because we understand cost is very important, but we need to make sure that it meets the needs of the community as well as the needs of the environment as we are in a protected area.
And I agree with you 100%.
And Tori, if I may, just before I go to Councillor Bell, there must be a further EA, if whichever choice is decided upon. If it's a go-ahead movement, we must have another EA. And that EA may or may not choose the lowest cost that you have presented here as the most viable option.
Through your worship, so yes, the next step in this, if we proceed, would be to complete an update to the existing class environmental assessment, as the existing one identifies closure and removal of the bridges. So during the EA, there will be a preferred recommendation come out of that may narrow some of these alternatives down. It may not. Most likely, it will either identify a 1-lane or 2-lane structure. So then during preliminary design, there'll be additional site investigations that have yet to take place that will further potentially eliminate some of these options, as well as consultation with the conservation authorities to determine what can go in there to meet their needs as well. So at each stage, there is a possibility of some of these options being eliminated. However, they could also not. It just really depends at each stage, the information that's obtained. We are still at a very preliminary stage in this process.
So if I may, just one more quick question from you. Am I to understand that $80,000, which is the maintenance costs, annual maintenance costs, or over the lifespan of the concrete cap?
So all of those maintenance costs are the maintenance costs over the entire lifespan of that structure. So the lifespans do vary, but, and that's why that life cycle cost of that net present value is provided, because some of them will last longer than others based on the information that Burnside has. But those costs are over the entire lifespan of that bridge.
So the operative figure to be looking at in terms of replacing all of the 80 bridges that council has directed be replaced, that would be the $17,000 a net present value cost per year?
Yeah, that one helps show the more representative costs over the entire lifespan of that bridge.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And while we have a representative here, I do have a question on bridge building. First, I do want to say thanks for the work that's gone into coming up with options of how to get across rivers and creeks, and the work that went into that. I know being on council that when we had a more normal world, when we went off to conferences, I often pulled into bridge building places and talked to bridge builders. So I do appreciate the work in showing us the options. To the representative from Burnside. So when contractors build a structure, doing the footings and getting the first floor is quite expensive compared to putting on that second and third floor. Also, from a manufacturer's point of view, doing a prototype is always more expensive than when you do more of the same thing. So we have an option for a single lane bridge cast in place for 722,000 plus, but when you ask it to be a double lane bridge, it's not times two, nor is the double lane bridge cheaper than the single lane one-time endeavor. So I guess I'm asking for a little education on what happens in the bridge building world. Doing something a little bit wider when you've already got the equipment where it doesn't mean a double lane bridge ends up being slightly more cost effective.
Yeah, if there's certain costs that are fixed when, you know, the contractor's coming to the site and he has to mobilize his equipment and manpower. When he's going to build the foundations, the footings, for example, that's where a lot of the cost goes into managing the water course. So if you have to move the water course from one place to another, if you have to coffer dam it off to isolate it so you can work, he's going to be doing all that for either a small footing or a larger footing. But the cost of that is the same whether he's doing a small footing or a large footing.
Okay.
So when he does it small footing wise and you get a small bridge, that particular cost isn't any different from for managing the water for a two-lane bridge. Now, obviously, the two-lane bridge, the concrete in the footings, there's a bit more, so there's a bit more cost there. But there's some aspects of the bridge building that are just common, and those are the base costs, and they're going to be part of it no matter what you get out of it at the end. Certainly, if you're building half of a deck, it costs less. But it's a lot of those in-the-ground kind of activities and some of the lump sum kind of items that are going to be, in your case, in these particular cases, if we get into managing the water, that's where it's going to be very costly.
I do appreciate that, and thanks, Madam Mayor. I did have opportunity to go down to the 7th line, where that bridge is being in there, and took a little visit down there, and a lot of the money is put under the ground that no one's going to get to see, but if you don't have good footings, well, that's a poor endeavor. As to what's before council today, I would not like to see us as a council ask for an arbitrator to have conversations between this municipality and our friends down in Chatsworth. I think that we, with our staff, can go and have conversation, and I think that we as council have had conversation, and I think that we have understanding already on where this is going to go for this construction activity. And as far as the comments that I've been hearing about bridge maintenance and the money per year and on, I've had opportunity to talk to some former foreman of St. Vincent and in Sydenham, and when you have a bridge in the spring, you've got to clean the deck. You got to take that caulking, that sealant, you got to pull that out. There's just ongoing work. The drains have to be made sure that they're ongoing. So when we have a bridge, whether it's an old one or a new one, we're going to have personnel on site doing some work. So, Madam Mayor and fellow councilors, I would like to see us do option 2. And I would like to proceed with doing something here with these twin bridges. And as far as costing, I would move for a single lane because I have heard the neighbors and the farmers tell me personally that they don't need a 2-lane road to do their farming. If they've got really huge equipment, they know how to get their huge equipment into another field. It's about that connectivity that has been missing. And I know Councillor Bartley has spoke many times about safety. So I would like to say that we do option number 2, single lane, and I'm very interested in the option of cast in place because I think there would be appetite down in Chatsworth to help support this municipality and their municipality take care of this situation, which is jointly owned. So that's whether I need to make a motion on that to the clerk. I would move that would be a motion on my part, and a good stepping stone, but I sure don't want to see arbitration. Thank you.
Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, I'd be more than happy to second that motion. Just a couple of points and questions, if I may, because I really want to take advantage of the presence of an expert here and somebody who has firsthand knowledge of this, because I've got a lot of questions, very few answers, but a lot of questions. But, you know, we're only responsible for the present time right now. We're not really responsible, and none of us is going to take the idea of putting away $50,000 next year for the next time we have to spend $4 million on the Torbridge Street Bridge. So I don't know why that's even under, you know, why we're looking at that set of numbers. Sorry, Tori, you'd like to make a point?
Yeah, just through your worship, it's just a way to present life cycle costing. So there's no intention to put that money away. It's just to identify how those maintenance and construction costs actually impact us over the lifespan of the bridge. If all of the bridges were all had a 75-year lifespan, there'd be no need to present data like that, because you could easily see from looking at the costs which would be cheaper and which would be more expensive. But because there are those varying lifespans, that data really is there just to identify over the lifespan of that bridge really what it's going to cost the municipality, because as you can see, some of the ones that appear to have higher upfront costs in the long run will have a less of an impact on our residents from a tax point of view, whereas some of the ones that are cheaper up front will actually cost more in the long run. So that's what that is for. It's just a life cycle, it's a tool used to show life cycle costs.
Thank you, because, you know, we get a lot of numbers thrown at us, and we don't always know how to interpret them. So thank you for that, Tori. The thing is, we understand that the users of this bridge are more than happy with a single lane, and they're not looking for anything fancy. They just need to get to market, and there's a lot of money at stake here, and so we seem to be just, you know, making it extremely complex, much more than we need to. So for the gentleman from Burnside, there's so much, you know, over and over again, we hear that the environmental assessment that, you know, that it's a big crapshoot, and that we have no idea how it's going to turn out. Isn't it possible to amend the EA that we have, you know, take and make the point that we just need a simple, single, you know, lane bridge to get the produce to market?
Yes, I think all you need to do at this point is to have an amendment to your existing
Thank you.
environmental assessment.
Thank
And
you.
that would go out and say you're opening, you're sort of abandoning the idea, or at least expanding the ideas to reopen in one lane or two lane. And then you'd have to go back and go through the consultation, I think primarily with the environmental agencies, but the local people as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Vickers?
Thanks for letting me ask another question. I'm asking a lot of questions here, so I appreciate it, Your Worship. You talked about the gray soluble conservation. Now, what is their authority, or what say do they have in this? Whether a bridge can be built, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong person. Can you tell us your name once again, instead of us calling you the gentleman from Burnside?
Steve Riley.
Steve.
Yeah.
So Steve, can you help us understand what role the Gray Soluble Conservation Authority has in the decision-making of this? Are they basically a decision-making ability to say yes or no to the project, or whether it can or cannot be built? Give us an idea there, Steve, please.
Yeah, they're permitting agency. So whatever you come to them to do, you're going to have to secure a permit from them. Their interests largely lie in making sure that if you were to build a new bridge, you don't increase the risk of flooding to people either upstream or downstream. Their interests include how much sediment might be deposited into the river that may damage the river downstream during construction, and also what erosion capacity there is down in the future. So if you didn't put any stone around it, if you just built it and put a bunch of sand or soil around it and it washed out in the next storm. They're interested in those kinds of things. So that's their primary concerns. And, you know, for bridges such as these two, you've got two streams that kind of merge just downstream of the two structures. They have, as they fill up with larger and larger storm events, at some point they become submerged and the water will go over the road. And that becomes the limiting sort of flood elevations. So if you put another option in that raises the road up, you're going to potentially impact people or property or whatever's upstream. Those are the kinds of things they're interested in. Beyond them, you're going to have the Department of Fisheries and Oceans are going to be interested in what happens to the fish habitat. The Ministry of Natural Resources is interested in when you can work in the water in terms of around the fishery. And a Niagara Escarpment Commission just for changing how things look out there.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions, if I may. The first one for Darcy. Darcy, can you remind Council, please, the amount of money that we have set aside in reserves for Bridges 21 and 22?
Through Your Worship, I believe the total is around $350,000.
Thank you. And a question for Mr. Riley, if I may. So in relation to the amendment to the first EA, should we choose to go down that road, and looking at the problem statement itself, do we then have the ability to construct that statement in such a way that we can put a dollar amount to it, say for argument's sake, a solution less than $1 million, or we can say specific to precast, or how in-depth can we get in that problem statement?
I think the intent of the EA is to allow you to have as much flexibility as possible, so the more you limit yourself, I think that would be maybe too restrictive. You want to open it up and say we're going to reconsider our options and then do the additional work that goes with that, typically. I haven't seen situations where there's been a financial limit on a bridge before.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to thank Tori for putting this together. I think anytime you're approaching the issue of Bridges 21, 22, it's like poking a stick into a hornet's nest, because it's not an easy issue at all to deal with. We have found that out over the years. I'm really not. I'm anxious to get something happening out there on the town line, but I really think there should be at least one more conversation between our two municipalities. We've got two small rural municipalities that share a road, share a couple of bridges, and this road and these bridges represent the prime economic factor in both of our municipalities, which is agriculture. And agriculture industry on both sides of the road and crossing over the road are involved here. And I really think there should be at least one more conversation on as far as potential sharing costs. I'm really not prepared today to support an option, although option 3 is somewhat inviting. But I really think, as far as Grace Hall was concerned, they've done studies on bridges before. This isn't the first one. These aren't the biggest water flows that they've dealt with, not the biggest volumes by any means, and I don't think they're going to be overly critical of what is needed to safeguard these two tributaries. And the same with DFO and MNRF. An ag escarpment, as usual, is going to take a bit of time, but these matters can be dealt with. And I think it's up to our council to lay out, hey, this is what we want, this is what we expect. We may not get that from them, but at least we should go forward and say, you know, this is what we want. What can we do with it? Thanks, Your Worship.
Tori, over to you.
Through your worship, just to provide some information with regards to discussion with conservation authorities and other agencies. For all of our bridges, those conversations do happen because we do need approvals. And I do agree with Councillor Greenfield's comments is that, yes, there's always a solution that we come to because especially if there's an existing bridge in the location, there's a solution that will work. But in that design process early on with those comments, they do impact how the design proceeds. So it could be the height of the bridge or the width of the bridge, but those things sometimes do have to change or be upgraded just based on changes to legislation or changes to river courses since the original construction of the bridge. So don't think that we can't come to a solution. Like definitely one of or many of these options would be approved through those different agencies. It's just sometimes some options, and it could be the most expensive one, isn't a viable option because it does have that significant impact or doesn't allow for the proper water flow. And so that's all we're trying to provide at this stage, is that there are still a bunch of steps, and we can't predict exactly what will be impacted by it at this point. But they could happen, or all of them could be viable options. And Burnside did provide a great array of different options in these locations, and hopefully provided council with an understanding of some variety of bridge types that do exist out there. And so I think it provided a good overview at this point in the process.
I agree with you very much so, Tori, with that. I was going to make the comment that this has been an extremely thorough report, and it has provided council with grounding on a foundation, I guess, of the types of bridge construction that is available for all of the other bridges that we're going to have to be deciding on over the course of the next few years. So thank you for that, in terms of the thoroughness and the completeness of the, not only the financial aspects of it. We may not understand all of the permutations of it, but it still gives us a really good sense of what the different types of construction might look like and what an approximate cost might be considered. I guess I'm just wondering if we have had these bridges closed now for 4 years, and has there been any impact to this $20 million, so agricultural business? I'm assuming that $20 million agricultural business is broader afield than those farms using that particular surface road area. And I'm just wondering, there has been, to my knowledge, no inconvenience other than the last I heard was just a brief time sense of, and I'm recalling, if my memory is correct, 3 minutes in terms of time to go from one field to another. Has there been any other safety issues or inconvenience that we are aware of in terms of the farms that are affected or that did use those two, that road system before that was closed? Have we heard anything more on that? Okay. Councillor Vickers?
Unless staff wants to respond to that first, I would like to respond to your comments, Your Worship, but I will certainly give staff the first crack.
Yeah. I'll just, from a staff point of view, we have not heard anything, so
No, I
I'll
hadn't
leave it
either.
to
Thank you for
council.
that. But Councillor Vickers, you have.
So there's a cost to everything. If you can't take the shortest route from point A to point B, and you have to go from point A to B to C, there's a definite cost. The 3 minute thing, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. The one gentleman that usually is in our audience at this time is Mike. I can't remember his last name, but he has the farm directly beside the bridge. So for him to access the rest of his property, which is on the other side of the bridge, he has to drive all the way around the concession, which is 10 kilometers. So for him, there is much cost and much time having to spend all that extra time on the road. Tory's the same thing when they start hauling haylage and silages down the road. You either go from point A to point B in a direct line, or you go from point A down and they're all the way around the concession, which adds probably close to 8 kilometers extra travel time. So, has that land gone vacant because there's no access to it? No, but there is a definite cost to those people that live in that area. So it all, to use your example, I guess, Your Worship, and I'm not trying to, I'm not yelling at you or anything, but there is a cost, and it's an inconvenience. So, I don't know whether you can look at it in as simple terms as what you've maybe put out here right now, I guess would be my concern.
No, I appreciate your comments. Councillor Kentner?
Yes, through your worship, I do have information that there was a school bus accident in February of this year as a result, that wouldn't have happened if it were not for the closure.
Okay. I don't know where any of the details on that.
Well, I certainly believe it.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just wanted to add that we did have presentation to this council from Mr. Brad Torrey, who spoke to his concerns with the bridges, and I believe Mr. Torrey suggested it's a cost of about $300 for him every time he has to take a big, I'll call it a combine, although it may be a different type of piece of equipment around, because he leases that particular piece of equipment, and it's $150 per hour, and it takes an hour to go around and then an hour to come back. So that cost for one day is $300 to Mr. Torrey. And I also wanted to suggest that when we had the agricultural group meeting out in Bognor, there certainly was discussion at that point in time in relation to the bridges and the inconvenience and the safety issues that were caused by having them closed.
Yes, that's the one I was referring to. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I do want to just say this to my fellow councillors, that when I sit on the Grey County Safety Farm, we hear the 2 times of the year when farm injuries go up: planting and harvest. Not enough daylight, not enough time in the day, and that's when injuries happen. And I just consider the fact that if we can save someone, which we will never know, we will never ever know, if by making a decision, getting them across makes their life safe. We would only hear if a tragedy occurs. And the second and last thing I'll say on this, Madam Mayor, is that this council has grappled with opening these bridges for some period of time. We have asked for a report to look at different types and styles and costings to do and accomplish a goal. And I believe that we have received pricing, costing, the abilities to get across. Having a conversation with the Council of Chatsworth, let them know where we believe we can make a project happen, and get them to make a decision. With a decision we make, this is the point. We need to make a statement, and we need to make it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Darcy, sorry, we circumvented you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just first would like to thank Burnside and Tori and her group for this report. It provides, I think, although council might be grappling with the maintenance cost, net present value, to me it's very simple. With the exception of one solution, on an annualized basis, all of these different options are between $15,000 and $17,000 a year. So, I mean, I think that from an asset management perspective, some of the options that we have, like the closed bottom the open bottom steel culvert and the cast in place, which are less than the standard 75 years of useful life, are gonna have to be things that are top of mind for this municipality moving forward. Because although the annualized cost is less, the annualized cost is the same, the upfront cost is far less. And when we're having to grapple with 80 structures, we may need to make decisions to say, you know what, we're gonna invest in something that actually we know is not going to last as long as the ultimate preferred solution, but it's what we can afford right now, because we have to balance all of the needs of the municipality. And if it's something that buys us 30, 40, 50 years versus 80 years, that's a decision that we're going to make, because at least it deals with a solution right now. So I think that this is, a great report to help us move forward with alternatives. I do have two questions though, because I know the history on this project, and both of these questions really are for Mr. Riley. Council is, I know, super keen on the cast in place concrete cap because it's under $1 million, and they already know that if there's any chance in getting Chatsworth on board, it has to be a project that is under $1 million.
Yep.
So, to Mr. Riley, number one, will a single lane bridge actually function properly for the farming community to get their tractors and trailers and everything else across that structure? Or if we put it up, will they still have to go around because the tractors are too big? And number two, what is the reasonable expectation that this would be the preferred solution in an EA? Or are there going to be roadblocks that actually won't make this the preferred solution, and therefore we actually don't have a solution that's under $1 million?
With regard to the first question, all of these options currently, 1 lane or 2 lane, based on the posted speeds expected in the township, would require a barrier system of some kind across it. The existing barrier system has been removed. There was old steel rails on there, I think, in the past. It's about a 4.2 meter platform inside of the concrete, and it's 4.9 to the outside. Our assumptions were based that we would try to get a 1 lane bridge to 4.9 meters between the barriers. That's about the limit for a 1 lane bridge. Any bigger than that, people start to perceive it as 2 lanes. So the MTO structural manual suggests that 1 lane bridge not exceed 4.9. But you will need barriers, and they have to be capable of withstanding impact by vehicles. And they also, given the situation, we have to have a pedestrian awareness because the trail runs between the 2 bridges. So I don't know all the types of equipment that has to be brought across, but I suspect a 4.9 meter wide may have some restrictions, but you'd have to speak to the farmers to find out. With regard to part 2, yes, there's always potential obstacles to this particular option being seen through. We did not do a fully detailed assessment, structural evaluation of the arches. We know the bridges are closed. We read the reports as to why they were closed. We did not see any cracking that suggested they were in peril of falling at the moment. The cap option relies on those arches remaining stable while we pour the cap. And so we would have to go through and make sure that that is the case, that they're going to be stable during that evaluation. Our crew believes that's the case, but we would have to do a little bit more investigating that was beyond the scope of what we were asked to do here to make sure that's viable. The other part is we don't know what's underground there. We have an old soils report that was prepared that gives us a general idea, but we don't know how big the footings of the existing arches are, where their limits are, or what the wing wall footings look like. So we need to sort of expose some of that to give us a better understanding of how we would work within those to keep the cap there.
So just as a follow-up, if I might, if the bridges were not constructed to more of a standard engineering design of the current, the cost it could still be done, but the cost would only go up because of additional reinforcing and footing and concrete works and everything else that would be required to actually make this happen.
Yeah, you'll see in the report, we have a cast-in-place option separate than from this one. That could be applied. Cast-in-place structures largely are the most durable structures you're going to get in terms of long-term maintenance and life and all that kind of thing. So the reason why we have this second one is because we've seen this kind of thing before, where old structures need to be extended their service life for a little bit longer. So we thought a little bit outside the box and said, let's build over top what's there. It saves the cost of removing that component. We believe it will stand while we build it, and once it's built, the new one is very similar to the cast-in-place option. We have given it a lower lifespan because now we're not forming against the beautiful finished formwork. We're forming against the old concrete, and there's a chance that it'll be pitted and worn or something, and we could have some issues with that. That's why the service life is reduced. But there's still work to be done to confirm that that's viable, including sort of maybe back trucking out to find out where the footings are exactly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vickers?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Darcy, for those questions. I think they definitely help. To go back to your question again, Your Worship, about the safety and how much extra time and cost. And since we are on Rogers, because I have heard the talk around town or on social media about, why are we worried about these two little bridges? So I'd like to compare it to Trowbridge Street. If we built that bridge without any sidewalks, would that stop people from getting from one side, people on foot, getting from one side of the bridge to the other side? And I would say, no, there's no sidewalks, but they could walk around up to Ferguson's Funeral Home Street. I'm not too familiar with street names yet. Go across in front of Ferguson's Funeral Home, across in front of the United or Anglican Church, come up to Sykes Street, across the bridge that we already have there, and they could get across. So and I'm just trying to give you a bit of an analogy of what it is like for people in the countryside and people in the town.
Mm-hmm.
So would we expect people to walk all the way around? No, because people don't want to walk all the way around. We want to make sure we have the ability to give them a safe passage in a very direct route, that they won't try and do something crazy. So I don't know whether that helps any yourself or any of the other councillors or staff or people on Rogers. It's kind of the same idea. Well, if a farmer is expected to drive all the way around the block with his produce, with his crops, then why don't we expect people in town to walk a couple extra blocks to get from point A to point B? So again, it makes sense in my mind. I don't know whether I've explained it well enough to everybody else, but that's the same sort of an idea. So I just wanted to put that out.
Well, thank you
for
for that, Councillor Vickers. You've described my situation absolutely perfectly. I could have gone down to Bridge Street and walked across Trowbridge Bridge and up to the office in less time. But I take that route to go up Boucher Street and across the other bridge. That's because we walk. That's
Right.
That analogy was certainly relatable. I guess my concern was with 37, as was indicated in the report, 37 vehicles a day, and what those vehicles are wasn't described, but I would imagine that they would be farm vehicles of some kind, would go across that bridge, and to look at that. And of course, I just want to preface what I am thinking and where I'm going with this. As safety is utmost up for everybody's safety. But also when we have to look at what we're faced with in terms of having 80 bridges in our municipality that needs attention over the course of several years. And we're looking at safety and efficiency and how those bridges need to be dealt with as well. And that we're going to be going through this kind of a discussion for each and every one of those or perhaps as they come up, and we have to make a decision with regard to what can we afford and how can we mitigate what we have to do, what is going to be safe and economically the best we can do, not necessarily the best for individuals, but the best we can do for the whole municipality. I think this is something that, looking at a blanket statement that said at one point, we want all of our bridges open throughout the municipality. And in a perfect world, I would agree with that. But we're not in a perfect world. And as we've seen, we can have life throw curveballs at us without warning and without preparation. So I think we really have to look at this whole dilemma very seriously and very carefully, because it does affect the whole of the municipality with regard to protecting a significant industry in our community. That is very, very important to us. We are an agricultural industry here in this municipality, and so we value it. We absolutely do. But a lot of our bridges are in those rural areas where agriculture is the major industry in there. So I think we really need to take the time to, and we've taken a lot of time on this one, I grant, to think very carefully, how are we going to afford to meet the expectations of our farmers throughout the municipality that are going to have difficulty sometimes, or perhaps with getting their operation, maintaining their operation, and what can we do that may be maybe not ideal, but certainly help alleviate the situation. I am not in favor of arbitration. I find with Councillor Greenfield on this that arbitration is a very harsh way to have to go forward with our neighbors and friends to the south of us. It would be good if we could come to an agreement without having to go the arbitration route. I think the way maybe forward on this would be to share your report, Burnside report, with some of the options, with the suggested financial accounting, and to see whether there is any impetus for them to consider changing their position, because we do have correspondence on file that says they will not entertain a new EA. That may change too, because we know we need a new EA if we are going to go with any kind of a rebuild of those bridges. So it is a very, very difficult and a very, very time-consuming issue that we've spent a lot of time on now. And I absolutely appreciate the safety issue. More so, I guess, if I had to make a choice for the time in maneuvering farm vehicles in a safe manner to where they have to be. So with that, I will look for any further comments. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's nice to have somebody agree with me, because arbitration is a dirty word as far as I'm concerned. It's big union talk, and it can be useful there, but we're too small for this arbitration thing. As much as I don't try to word this appropriately, as much as I don't want to agree with you, sooner or later, either this council or likely the next council of this municipality is going to have to make a decision on this entire infrastructure situation, whether it be a rural bridge, a rural road, an urban bridge, an urban road. The province is hopelessly in debt. The feds are turning us into another Greece, in my opinion. We're going to be all alone in this game. We cannot depend on upper level money. It'll come on occasion, but it's not going to be there big time. This is a decision we're going to have to make. This isn't a one-off about Bridges 21 and 22. I'm sorry. I wish it was, but it's not. This is a much bigger decision. We're going to have to cast in place a policy. Are we going to fix, replace every unit we've got? Or are there going to be standards? Are we going to have to draw the line? And that's, I don't like making that prediction, but I'm afraid that's what we're eventually going to have to do. Maybe not here, maybe not with 21 and 22, but it's going to have to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Remember, this is one bridge where we have a partner. We're not footing 100% of the bill. We have an opportunity to have a partner to meet us halfway. I think that's a big leg up when we're talking about building a bridge. Thank you.
My understanding in speaking with the mayor of Chatsworth was that their upper limit is $700,000 for the project. So we can't disregard that in terms of making decisions going forward. Councillor, or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just further to that, and correct me if I misunderstood, but I thought at this point, rather than just sharing the report, could we suggest an in-person meeting with perhaps our CAOs and perhaps, I don't know if it's appropriate to have a member of council or perhaps a member of the Agricultural Committee, could we suggest not arbitration, but just coming together around a table and looking at these options and trying to have those conversations in an amicable way so that we can understand the feelings of both parties and perhaps reach a consensus.
Matt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of comments on both your and Deputy Mayor's comments. Firstly, I would caution Council greatly when you speak of any numbers or Chatsworth's position. Chatsworth's official position, which is the only one that Council has ratified, is that they don't want to do this. That you've had that in reports previously. That is the only conversation that Chatsworth have had. So numbers being promoted by individual members of council in private conversations don't necessarily mean anything at this stage. They may, but they also don't. In respect to meeting, like we've been in contact with our counterparts in Chatsworth over the last 3 years, 4 years on this. I think all four of your senior staff in front of you have had those conversations. But again, this is their council's decision. If you want to say to them, we'd like you to think again, great, let's do that, and let's do that today so that we can move that along. But then it's up to their council to say whether or not they want to replace this bridge. I don't think there's negotiations or meetings here, because, I mean, I'm the last person, I think, to speak to the CAO over there on this particular one, and her position is council has spoken, because their council's passed a resolution to say what they want that they don't want to do this right now. We can absolutely ask them to think again, and I'm sure that they've heard from local residents, and I know that many members of council have had conversations with many members of their council, but there isn't a negotiation process here, really. It's, here's some more information for you, Council of Chatsworth, will you reconsider your decision and join us in replacing this bridge?
So how would we go about doing that, Matt? Would there be a letter come forward as a request from this council to?
So you have an amendment on the floor right now to amend from the recommendation to be option 2, which is to provide the information to Chatsworth and ask them to reconsider.
Yeah,
So if council votes for that, then we will send the information to Chatsworth along with a letter to ask them to reconsider, and then I'm sure their council will do just that.
That's fine. Thank you.
And I was just
Rob?
going to add, I was going to say the exact same thing. That's the mechanism to get their council again. It's their council that needs to speak.
We'll have to speak.
We can, obviously, in them prepping it going to the council, we have no problem meeting, talking to their CAO or their team on any questions they have and what they need to get to their council, but that's the best mechanism to get that answer. It's,
Okay, thank you.
there was the question on, I think the comment made on the report going to them first. I think it was very important from our side that you,
We
the
see
one
it
that
first.
requested this and need to see this first, because if we had sent it to them first, questions might have been coming to you and you hadn't seen it yet. So this was the first critical step, in our opinion, that had to be had before it went to Chatsworth.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. Is there anything further that council wants to say? Council Barrow?
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. So the municipality of Chatsworth has stated that they like to have the municipality of Meaford take the lead. Have my fellow councillors heard that? Is that only an opinion that I have on this? Have you heard that they desire us?
No.
Okay. Well,
No, but, and our clerk has just told us that it is the opinion of council that we have heard from in their letter that we must go by.
yes,
Not hearsay and not the stories that we've all heard,
yes.
which I'm guilty of as well.
And with all due respect, if I had received a letter formatted in the same way, I would have voted the same way as Chatsworth because it was open-ended with no value. We have an option here today to tell them a value, what we're thinking. And I say that with all due respect. They voted on something because they got some information. And it was easy for them to not, it was open-ended. So, anyway, thanks.
So you've put forward a motion that we choose option number 2.
Yes.
And we have, that motion has been seconded, and at this point, I will call a question on that option number 2 as opposed to all in favor of option number 2. 2, 3, 4, and that is carried. Okay, so that's, thank you very much for your remarks and for being so patient with us. It was a very valuable report coming forward and will be useful going ahead. We appreciate that. Okay, so we're finished with that. Going on to INF 2020-09, the fleet replacement program. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? That on the table, Councillor Bell and Councillor Greenfield. And Tori, this is your report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say we saved the best for last. So this report is a fleet management about a fleet management program. So the municipality currently completes all fleet management for both heavy-duty and light-duty vehicles in-house. The fleet management program utilizes the replacement cycles and standardization of vehicles replacement based on the service delivery report for fleet management passed by council in 2016. In 2019, the municipality was made aware of the Enterprise Corporate Fleet Lease Maintenance and Management Program that is part of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, known as AMO. Their local authority services, LAS, their municipal group buying program. So Enterprise has completed an initial non-cost or commitment analysis of our fleet and has provided ample information surrounding the benefits of to the municipality making the transition of our light-duty fleet to the program that they offer through AMO/LAS. So the Enterprise Fleet Management Program has many benefits, including non-tangible items that were identified in the report and include a reduction in time spent on internal fleet management, more reliable vehicles allowing for more productivity and greater safety for staff using them, increased fuel efficiency, vehicles tailored to each department's needs. It allows for our in-house staff to focus on increased preventative maintenance for heavy-duty and specialized fleet. And as well, from a bigger picture perspective, participation in the fleet management program will allow for the municipality to utilize the buying and selling power as well as expertise of a company that solely focuses on vehicles. This program also benefits the community by utilizing certified local shops for all vehicle repairs that are included as part of the lease structure. So the cost analysis further reiterated the benefit of the program. A 10-year cost evaluation was completed of the existing fleet management cycle and the enterprise fleet management program to understand the difference between the two programs. It is important to note that the analysis completed by Enterprise to develop the lease structure utilizes conservative numbers to ensure that it represents the worst-case scenario. The calculations include the vehicle resale at 80% of Black Book pricing. However, Enterprise on average receives about 8.5% above Black Book pricing. This provides a buffer of approximately 30% on the resale vehicle value, reducing the risk to the municipality, and provides additional cost savings that will be realized throughout the program. The program also takes into account purchase of all new specialty equipment each time a vehicle is purchased. If this equipment is utilized 2 times in a 10-year cycle, this is an additional savings of $12,000 per vehicle, and there would be 21 vehicles in the program. However, some of these pieces of equipment can be utilized even more than twice, further increasing the cost savings. So based on the conservative numbers, there's a lot more identified in the report, but just to summarize, the savings to the municipality would be approximately $137,000 over 10 years, utilizing those conservative numbers. The most significant cost savings would be in 2021, as the existing fleet management program for 2021 is $350,000 just for the replacement of our light-duty vehicles, not taking into consideration maintenance. So to eliminate yearly fluctuations, it is recommended that approximately $160,000 be budgeted annually to cover the costs of the program. This would result in a 2021 savings of approximately $188,000 based on what's currently budgeted. It is recommended that the full transition to Enterprise program should take place in 2021. I apologize, there are some typos in the report identifying a 4-year transition. It had gotten written in when we were still in the early stages of talking with Enterprise, but that full transition will allow us to see the most savings if we transition in 2021, and it will allow for the full benefit of the program to be realized immediately. So that is what is being recommended as is identified in the recommendation of the report. So I'm happy to answer any questions as well as our Manager of Transportation, Jessica Wiley, who was very involved in putting this report together.
Thank you very much, Tori. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I want to look down at Tori to see you. I appreciate your report. I want to take this council back a couple of steps. First step is that there was a report that came to council at one point that said that staff do not recommend the hiring of mechanics. About a year later, a report came from staff that said that they recommend hiring 2 mechanics. On council, I asked senior staff what has changed. The answer I was given was that everything has changed. Now we have a report, and I look at page 253, that says that these vehicles, they want to have the mechanics concentrate on the heavy-duty equipment. That is not the reason why you raised your hands to have mechanics. You raised your hands with my understanding that the mechanics were promoted to take care of all of the vehicles. A member of this current council said, will this affect the vehicles being put forward to be looked at local shops? The answer came back, basically, they are new vehicles and a lot of the work is warranty work, okay? So we have a good basis of fairly good equipment. But what I don't like on this report is when it says, it's at the top of page 253, even with our mechanics, that they have the state, the overall state that they are in, alluding to the fact that they're in pretty rough shape and that they have above normal wear and tear. And this is when we have mechanics engaged on board. And the other thing above all, that I am not impressed with having a fleet, because the fleet corporation is in business to make money. No question about it. They're not doing this to be a favor to the municipality of Meaford. So what we're faced with here is if we adopt this, we are removing from the decision level of council, when it comes budget time, to purchase or not purchase any light-duty truck, 4x4, 8-foot box, name it. It's going to be removed from us because we'll take this on at the money that is suggested over this 10-year period. And you want to look at a fleet piece of equipment, they're out there, and they're bare bones equipment. They really are. But above all, too, when we look at having replacement here on an ongoing basis, it says inside our report that they are inclined to use Chevy pickup trucks, 1500s, 4x4s. We don't have a dealer. That's a GM dealer in our municipality. So that means that this work, again, would be by decree heading out of this municipality. Fleet, and that's why I wanted to look at you, Tory. I appreciate your report. But from what I'm reading, I cannot support this at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, through your worship. I'd just like to echo Tony's words. And Tory, I really, I just hope you look at this the way councillors look at it. It looks like a chance to save money, especially in this very difficult year. But we're really only trading capital for operating dollars, and council will lose control of the fleet budget. Sorry, you would like to speak?
No, I'm good.
Tory?
I can let Jessica take that one.
Do you want me to just finish what I have to say, or because it's quite a mouthful?
Please finish, Councillor Kentner.
Pardon?
Please finish what
Okay.
you have to say.
I beg your pardon?
Please finish what you have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nowhere in this report have staff factored in the cost of engaging 2 mechanics last year, and that cost is going to be ongoing despite the fact we will be taking trucks out of our municipality to Thornbury and Owen Sound specifically for routine maintenance that was all going to be done by our own mechanics to ensure that our vehicles were safer and stand up longer, all at less cost. And specifically, the 2 dealerships in Thornbury and Owen Sound are mentioned in the report, because that's who Enterprise has set up as their representatives in our region. I'm not saying this is a bad idea that has no potential to save us money, but to introduce a bunch of new white trucks at the same time as ratepayers face the possibility of very stiff increases in taxes, water and sewer rates, it's really insulting to those who are paying the freight. And at a minimum, I would like staff to consider whether we could save money by tendering the lease, or tendering for leases to replace vehicles instead of purchasing them. And I just have one more thing I have to throw out, and that is I'm fundamentally against Meaford giving all of its truck business to the manufacturer who disrupted the city of Oshawa and put thousands of Ontarians out of work. It's a real factor in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kentner. Jessica, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I feel like there's a lot of information between those 2 comments, so hopefully you can bear with me while I try to unpack it. And first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, so thanks so much for all the positive feedback that you guys gave my team earlier today. I'm very grateful to be working here with them and dealing with your fleet in general, so I just wanted to start on a positive note. I guess to start at the beginning of it all, AMO, we're looking to go through the program because of all of the benefits to the municipality. By no means in looking through this report was the intention for any sort of negative feedback or negative costing or anything towards municipality. I said to Tory earlier today that I think, in my humble opinion, my heart was always in the positive place for the municipality. So in no way, shape, or form were we looking to go against anything that's been decided in the past. I hear all of your comments about the mechanics, and I think to start, it's best to explain that AMO, and the reason that we'd be going through this would be because they do the purchasing for us. So the intention of exactly what we're explaining is that they go through the tendering process for us and provide Enterprise, just happens to be the successful candidate. It could have been anyone. Any of the dealerships could have applied. They run it through purchasing just as we would, and then they provide us with a company that does exactly what we're looking for as an option. So it could have been anyone. Enterprise just happened to be the successful candidate in that instance. And they are open as an option in this particular business for any municipality. So that's the benefit to us, is that we don't have to go through purchasing every couple of years to put it out as a tender every couple of years. That is actually done for us. So we did see that as a benefit. They would ask the same questions that we would, the same process that we would. So in general, we saw that as a benefit. My understanding, and I could be proven wrong, was that the intention of hiring the mechanics and their job descriptions last year focused on heavy-duty fleet. And the way that I read that was that the fleet, light-duty fleet, was more of a filler for them, whereas most of their time was spent on heavy-duty fleet. Never was the intention, in my understanding, that we would be taking any work away from them. They are plenty busy with our heavy-duty fleet, and the intention is for them to stay that way. Right now, things like tires and all of those types of work is something that they can complete quickly on spare time or extra time, but their intention and their job descriptions are for heavy-duty mechanics. What else am I missing? So I feel like, in general, there are a lot of benefits, and I understand too, even the color is a funny thing to mention, but we really are just looking at finding a better way to ensure that we have the best thing that we need for our fleet on an annual basis. So right now, as an example, we're hoping that trucks last 10 years, and 10 years has to cycle through a whole pile of different uses. So we're purchasing a vehicle hoping that it can serve everyone's good until 10-year time in which we're selling it for practically nothing in order to purchase a brand new vehicle again. Entering into this program, the intention is that we would get better resale, and the reason for white is because resale of white vehicles is better than red, just so that we can get the best return on our investment when we're selling those pieces of equipment at that time. The other thing too is that we're not looking to keep something for the 10 years. We're able to cycle through what we need. So if we need a pickup truck this year and an SUV for a certain function next year and something else the following year, then we're actually not over-purchasing for things that we won't need down the road. So there were a lot of thought put into those particular items. I don't think I got it all, but if I missed anything, let me know.
Thank you very much. That was well done. Sorry, Tori. Thank you.
Through your worship, I just wanted to add one more thing. I think it was just one more comment. The intention of this program and the reason why it is actually very beneficial, especially for the 2021 budget season, is that it does have a positive impact on taxes. So as much as, yes, there will be different vehicles that our staff members will be driving, it will reduce the tax base without any changes to levels of service. So we feel that this program provides, doesn't impact the levels of service. If anything, it will provide more reliable vehicles to our staff to do their job while reducing the impact to the tax dollar. So as much as it might be something that's perceived as one thing, it's actually not the case. So we are trying to find the best financial situation for the municipality as the current fleet program. The staff have already developed it in such a way that it is at minimal cost to the municipality for what we can provide internally. So this is just a different option that would actually help reduce that.
Thank you for that, lady.
Sorry, that actually reminded me, so thank you so much through you, Madam Mayor. I guess the one last point I wanted to make was about type of vehicle. And again, there's a big analysis into what's best and what isn't, but even the comment about buying Chev trucks, I don't particularly care what type of vehicle it is, Ford, Dodge, whatever the case might be, but all of it funnels back to both brand and color, and even to the point that, is it an extended cab truck versus a regular cab truck, all goes back to resale value. So the reason right now that they're suggesting at this point for us to purchase Chev trucks is because they are the cheapest at this moment. In 2 years' time, when we go through it again, there's a chance that that could be a Ford pickup truck. So really, there's no reason other than the fact that they are the best on a resale and the least expensive at this point.
Thank you. We'll get to you in a moment. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Worship. And first of all, thank you, Tori, and thank you, Jessica, for bringing forward this report and this idea. That is the duty and the obligation of our staff to present options to council, and you've done that, and I appreciate that. I'm sure all council does. I guess the first thing that came to life to me as an advantage is $188,000 off the 2021 budget, which is about 1.2% off a 8.7 increase, and hey, that's a major step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. However, I guess I do have to echo Councillor Bell and Councillor Kentner. I'm certainly a bit surprised at the choice of vehicles that Enterprise goes with, and to me, GMC right now has about the same taste in my mouth as arbitration does, so it's not real popular. We have two mechanics. We have a decent mechanics shop in the Public Works building. Are they hopelessly overworked with the equipment we have, with the trucks we have? Is this how big a piece of the puzzle is that in this idea of going with fleet?
Through you, Madam Chair, I wouldn't, first of all, we have wonderful mechanics. I feel like we're very fortunate to have the heavy-duty mechanics in-house that we do, and we do have a well-equipped shop as well, so I feel like they're functioning with what they need. It's hard to say exactly, but it fluctuates. So this morning is a great example when you're asking that question. We thought we had everything ready, and you can never plan for hydraulic hoses to break or whatever the case might be. So as much as they are not sitting around, that is for sure, they are very busy, but to say that they are hopelessly overworked, I mean, I feel like that might be a bit much. At the same time, this was considered, that was factored into this consideration in the sense that preventative maintenance and everything for our larger fleet changes with the seasons. So that does definitely keep them busy, whether it's winter, fall, like we were talking about earlier. Different pieces of equipment serve different functions at different times of the year. So they're constantly switching things over to make sure that they're working for what we need it to work that particular season, that particular week, whatever the case might be, as well as making sure that everything is safetied. And it's not just our fleet either. We this year have also started servicing fire, which has been great, but it's just, there's a lot of heavier duty stuff on their plates that necessarily wasn't always there. So I feel like this would help that situation for sure.
If I could just follow up, as I read your report, I couldn't help but think about a couple of pieces of equipment that are in the 2021 budget, and that's two pickup trucks valued at $40,000 each. They are 10 years old, and that has been the municipality's policy that after 10 years we try to replace them. One truck has 125,000 approximately kilometers. The other, I think, had about maybe half that. You throw that out to the residents in this municipality especially after this year, and ask them, do you think a truck with 125 kilometers on really needs replacing when you have your own machine shop and your own mechanics? There's no doubt about it. We need to do something different. I'm just not sure if the fleet management is the answer. Thanks, Your Worship.
And Deputy Mayor next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Tori and Jessica, for all your work on this report. And yeah, it does raise a lot of questions, and I certainly have listened carefully to my councillor colleagues and echo some confusion, I guess, about the mechanics, because I remember earlier on when there wasn't a lot of work for them to do on a consistent basis, and sometimes they were driving snowplows, and now to learn that there is more work to keep them busy. I'm just glad that you've shared that, Jessica, but I think from my perspective, And I appreciate the savings, and particularly as we look at this difficult budget. And if the recommendation was to buy Dodge Rams, I'd like it a lot better. But taking business out of town is a major concern when we look at our businesses and how much they've had to endure, particularly during these past months, that, taking anything away that we could possibly send their way is a major concern for this council, as well as has been discussed, a fleet of shiny new trucks as we struggle with huge increases both in budget and water and sewer, and people, struggling in their own personal lives. So if you can help us get around those issues.
For sure, through you, Madam Chair, and I can appreciate that as well. So, and I've heard that since I've started here actually a few times, the whole fleet of shiny new trucks comment. So in this case, I'd like to reiterate the fact that the fleet of shiny new trucks would actually be less expensive, but also more safe, and we're getting more value on things like fuel, et cetera. So there are a lot of benefits to this proposed fleet of shiny new trucks. Also, your comment about local, I'm 110% keen for local anything personally as well. We keep missing out on the fact that one of the shops, there's actually 4 that are certified through Enterprise, one of which is in town. So I feel like that hasn't been mentioned yet. But so there's 2 in Owen Sound, 1 in Meaford, and 1 in Thornbury. And we very much look forward to working with them on a regular basis as well. So I feel like it's just kind of spread out in case there are needs elsewhere, but I think it's important that we mention that there is one in town as well. In general, I just think, I understand that concept, but we're not doing that now. So right now, we're actually not providing any work to our local shop because everything is done in-house, whereas this program actually would allow for us to work with them on our light-duty fleet, which I think is a positive.
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. Could I ask you, Tori, I don't know why, it was, the report was good, but there was a part of it that was a chart, and I could not make out from that chart how many new vehicles would arrive in 2021.
Through your worship, so we would be transferring all of our light-duty fleet. So we have 21 vehicles in our light-duty fleet. And so for the dollar figures that you see in the report, that represents us transitioning all of those vehicles.
So 21 new vehicles.
Yes, that's how you see the greatest return through the lease program.
I think we'd get an article in the Globe and Mail with that kind of success. Anyway, I guess you're saying that it'll be a cost saving this year, but in 2022, what happens to the cost?
Through your worship, so all of those numbers are represented in the report based on the conservative numbers that were provided by Enterprise over the course of the 10-year cycle. We would see a total of $137,000 in cost savings. So next year, like the 2021, is definitely the most significant cost savings. There would be years where it would be slightly more expensive than we're seeing currently, but when you look at it over the full cycle, because some years we don't have any vehicle replacements. So it just depends on the number of vehicles being replaced under the current 10-year cycle. Yep.
I did see a chart that showed for like a lower cost this year, but it went up for 2022. And at any rate, I never said that it wasn't a good idea. It's a terrible idea for this council in 2021. Thank you.
Darcy, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand
No,
up
it's fine.
there.
I just want to clarify with council, the discussion about Chev versus Ford versus Dodge and local is really quite irrelevant. We've been, I think I would say 80% of the last, the vehicles we purchased over the last 5 years have all been Dodge. None of them have come from the local dealer. So that's really an irrelevant point because we have a purchasing policy that requires us to go out for a competitive tender process. And it doesn't mean that only the local Dodge dealer can provide a quote, so other Dodge dealers do, and if they're lower, they get the work. I believe the last local vehicle that we purchased was 6 years ago. So it's not like local shops have been, reaping the benefit of our vehicle purchases anyways, because we have a competitive procurement process that we have to go through.
Thank you, Darcy. Councillor Vickers?
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. So Rob, I'll maybe put the question to you a little bit. You understand the whole mechanic thing, eh? Like it seems like we're going around in circles. And I realize, Jessica and Tori, you're in charge of it, but you have to understand sometimes how confusing it feels like to be a counselor, because, you know, we're going in this one direction, and then all of a sudden, in a relatively short period of time, we're kind of spinning into another direction about taking the work out of the shop. So, you know, I guess maybe we or I didn't understand it well enough at the start to say that that the mechanics were basically there to do work on the heavy vehicles and not on the light vehicles. So it gets to the point where almost I feel so confused that I have a hard time understanding in my own mind and trying to explain it to the taxpayers.
Darcy? Or, sorry,
That's
Tori.
Tori. Darcy's
Rob.
one over
I'll
here.
start, actually, if I
Okay.
could, Madam Mayor. So the first, with regard to the mechanics, as we do our development review as part of the team, I think it's fair to say that was one of my first questions to the group was, we've retained these mechanics to do a lot of the work, and how does that relate to this request? And because I knew that would be a question that council had. It was anticipated, so not surprised that that's come to the forefront as the biggest issue. And that's the response that I got back, and then you, as council is hearing, that the majority, or if not all of the work, their focus of the work needs to be on the specialized, the heavy-duty equipment that likely has to go elsewhere to be fixed, and the time that it requires to do that. So it was a question that we knew would be coming, and I had asked for it to be responded to, and it was responded to my satisfaction on the go forward in presenting it to council. So what you're hearing, I don't know if Tori wants to add more to that, but.
Through your worship.
Go ahead, Tori.
I'll try to provide some numbers to it, because it maybe will make it a little bit more tangible instead of just saying we do a lot of work on heavy-duty fleet. So we have 75 vehicles that our mechanics currently repair or do maintenance on. So this would be 21 of those vehicles would be removed from their grouping of vehicles that they would be responsible for. However, these are the vehicles that require the least amount of work. These are regular vehicles, just like vehicles that you would drive. Like, yes, they do need annual repairs, or they do need, their tires changed so often, but it's minimal, and only when there's larger issues that happen with them do those maintenance requirements come up. So the maintenance is limited, whereas the remaining portion of those vehicles that will still remain under them, including the 10 additional fire fleet that they have acquired this year and have started looking after, those vehicles are a lot larger and more complex. And so both of the mechanics are certified to deal with those larger pieces of equipment. And so right now, a lot of their time is spent on those larger pieces of equipment because there's more of them, as well because they're just more technical, and they also require seasonal changes, as Jessica had identified. So some of the pieces of equipment are utilized for different things throughout the year, or used heavier in certain times of year, so require that preventative maintenance for a large portion of the year. So that's why there's so much time currently spent on those heavy-duty vehicles, and by removing the light-duty vehicles from that group, which those costs are represented in here. So we have identified that there will be some reduction in material costs that we currently see to do that maintenance, and that would be reflected in the operating budget. So our current operating budget would be reduced. But the rest of that time can just go towards increased preventative maintenance to reduce those larger ticket items on our heavy duty fleet. So that's why when we say that more time is spent on those heavy duty vehicles, hopefully that provides some explanation as to why.
Yeah, and I appreciate your answers, and I appreciate your answer also, Rob, about asking the same question. Because we have to, as counselors up here, we have to become satisfied in our own hearts before we can, make other people satisfied, right? So if I could ask one more question about the costing. So I'll go with a little story. So we owned a car once and we decided our family was expanding, we needed a bigger vehicle. So what we did was we traded in our car, put it towards the lease, lowered the lease payments down lower, and everybody was happy. Karen was happy, she had a new vehicle, she had more room for the kids, everything was great until the end of that lease. Because we had used the equity out of our vehicle to lower the lease cost. Is this happening too? Like the first round is, that's the honeymoon stage, eh? To get that first lease after owning the vehicle. Can you guarantee me that this isn't the same thing with this proposal?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a great story, first of all. And second of all, yes, that was part of the questions that we had for Enterprise since the start, was is it going to be wonderful for like the first couple of years, and then, you know, like reality sinks in and whatever. But the guarantee actually, and I don't want to overpromise anything, but the information that we were provided was at some point, which in the very near future, the idea is for the program to fund itself. Equity rolls over into new vehicles, and we really are getting, like that's why they're hitting the sale point at the point that they are, is to avoid getting into the crummier couple years on where you're not having that additional equity. Their whole goal is to find the sweet spot for us, and that we're selling vehicles at the exact time when we're getting the most amount of money for them. And the benefit to that, which you wouldn't have had in your vehicle purchase, is that they get very lucrative pricing. So as a real life, less fun example is that when we purchased a half-ton vehicle this year, so just this past year, and we haven't had it delivered yet, but it will be here by December, the pricing of a half-ton regular cab vehicle is almost like pretty much $50,000 if we're going to round. What we're being told is that we're getting the same vehicles for $32,000. So like there is a fairly large savings in cost when it comes to going through this program, and part of that is also resale, where we're getting, you know, $3,000, maybe $2,500 at the end of a 10-year span. We're selling things for similar to what we're purchasing them for. So the idea behind that is to make sure that we're getting the most out of our investment.
So just, so the way I want to put it on the line is, so after 5 years, we aren't going to go back and look at this as being a huge mistake. Like you feel like you're dead set on that. Like you feel in your heart that this is the right thing to do.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Paul. Yes, 100%. Like I wouldn't be standing here today if I honestly didn't think that it was the best step for the municipality. I truly believe that it is in everyone's best interest financially, as well as from an overall program perspective, that this was the right option for us at this point.
Because that's what we want. We want an efficient municipality. Darcy, and if I can go on a little bit longer, Darcy has talked about how we have been able to maintain our operating costs. How do you explain it? You're on tape there. I watched the tape there. That we haven't increased our variable cost in our municipality, but we've increased the amount of money we spend on projects. So this is another way of us hopefully be able to maintain. You explained it a lot better when I watched the tape there the other day, if you could help me out. This is a way to be able to help us save on those variable costs, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Through your worship, I think Councillor Vickers did a fine job.
I stumbled through.
You're correct. You know, we've maintained the line on the operating budget pretty well over the last 7-8 years. It's the capital that we've really invested in. I think council needs to just understand that we are shifting money out of a capital budget into an operating line item, but at the end of the day, it's not going to affect the overall bottom line. I guess, I mean, to Councillor Kentner's point, it's a win this year based on next year not having to replace as many vehicles. It's a loss, right? And then we have, over the 10-year period, depending on when the schedule was going to be, we had some wins, we had some losses, we had some wins, we had some losses. The advantage of this program is that we actually stabilize the cost over the entire 10-year cycle. And not only do we stabilize the cost, we actually save $137,000, worst case scenario. If we can, there's points in there that if we get better value, or if we can reuse some of the specialized equipment that's outfitted on those vehicles, then we only save more money. And we have a reliable fleet, at that stage of the game. I mean, selling this to the public, and I know that this is the problem that council has to deal with, if there's a whole bunch of shiny new vehicles, is to say, it doesn't really matter if there's 21 shiny new vehicles. We're saving money every single year by doing this project. So would you rather have old rusty vehicles that are 6, 8, 10 years old, that have reliability concerns, and actually have to pay more for that old, rusty, unreliable vehicle? That's the decision that you have to make today.
I think the word for me, Darcy, was stabilization. I think that is very, very important going forward over the next while, to know, as we were hit severely with our uncontrollable fixed costs this year, that is what really wreaks havoc with an annual budget. And just further to the comment about our mechanics and their role, that exactly was my comment to Matt and to Rob when we were going over agenda review and this whole program. I think that you've done a very good job in explaining it, Jessica. We appreciate that, and Tori, and pulling all of this information together. And I will ask, we do have another question here, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Jessica, you said that we, referring to the municipality of Meaford, will realize the sweet spot. Can you confirm you said that?
Well, Enterprise is finding the sweet spot for us, but yes.
Yeah, because it's not our sweet spot. It's Enterprise's sweet spot. We don't own them. We're leasing them, right? So we're not realizing a $50,000 vehicle, and if they want to trade it and move it around halfway through, they're going to do that. So we don't get that money. The other thing about this is we're dropping then from 65 vehicles to our mechanics that are going to be working on 21 vehicles left. A standard tradesman in the year puts in $2,000. Times 2 is $4,000. Basically then you have got about 100 hours on each of the heavy-duty equipment. That means that the heavy-duty equipment's in the shop for basically 2 weeks. Does that mean that our equipment is in such rugged and lousy shape that it's in the shop that much? Because I do not see that from my background of when I look at the equipment, and I am very familiar with graders and backhoes and things like that. I think that we have them in very good condition. So the 2,000 hours a year putting labor into the heavy equipment, I don't see that that's there. So we're basically asking these mechanics then to not look at the other 21, and when it was brought before council to adopt mechanics, it was even suggested they be looking after the trailers. And what was brought before us also was that they were Class A mechanics with no emphasis on heavy duty. That's an endorsement that they get as a tradesman, and that's correct. So the other thing then for the treasurer, we enter into a lease agreement. In the private sector, I can claim that in taxes, leasing vehicles. Does the municipality of Meaford get to claim taxes the same as an independent for private business? Yes or no?
Through your worship, there is no tax benefit to municipality because we don't actually pay taxes to the federal provincial government.
Okay.
Now, if I can interject into one of your comments, Councillor Bell, we actually do benefit from the sweet spot. The whole point of this lease is that if we decided that we actually wanted to keep the vehicle for 8 years, even though it was only supposed to be for 24 months, we could keep paying, because there is a perceived buyout at the end of the lease. And what Enterprise does for us is, because of their buying power, to Jessica's point, we're buying it so much less expensive. The capitalization on that vehicle works its way off over 2 or 3 years, and at the end of 2 or 3 years, the capitalization of that vehicle means that the buyout would only be $16,000 or $18,000, right? They're going to go and sell it on their marketplace and sell it for $25,000. And that revenue that we get, that extra $9,000 in that vehicle, we actually can reinvest back in the program. That's why year over year over year, it becomes more advantageous to do that. And that's where you save the money, because we're not keeping a vehicle beyond its useful life and beyond the pinch point of when there's still great value. So yes, private sector leases vehicles for two reasons. The first is that if you lease a vehicle, 100% of the lease cost can be written off. If you purchase a vehicle, it is a declining write-off. So it's declining capital. So year one, you can write off 30%. Year two, you can only write off 30% of the remaining 70%. So you don't get the same value.
Right.
But the other reason that they do it is so that they don't have to worry about management of the fleet, and they don't have to worry about when the right time is to sell or buy. It's fixed cost. And that's the whole thing that Jessica and Tori have tried to bring to council, is this is fixed cost. It becomes a known cost, and it actually saves us money. So from our perspective, like, we've spent literally, I would say, close to a year on this. We were dealing with enterprise well prior to COVID. And we've been in and out of this so many different ways to make sure that this is the right decision. And like, we're not the first municipality. This is an AMO-approved program that they've gone out and reviewed. So many other municipalities are using this program. And there's an advantage to this because it actually saves us money. That's why we brought it forward to council.
It's buying in bulk, right?
Well, it's buying in bulk, not because, we're buying 2 trucks a year. It's because Enterprise is buying 1 million vehicles a year. That's why they get the prices that they do.
Right. Deputy Mayor first, and then you, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Worship. And just a quick question. I'm not sure, Jessica or Darcy, is there any impact on our insurance one way or the other?
Through your worship, no, there isn't.
And Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, through your worship. I'd like to thank the ladies very much for I'm a car buff. I would love to vote for this. I would be so proud of those vehicles. But we also spent $35,000 recently on a communication strategy. And if you think about, the message that is going to go to the ratepayers of Meaford and to the business people of Meaford, if we vote for this, I mean, we could have saved the money on the communications policy. Thank you.
I wonder about that, Councillor Kentner. I think the underlying suggestion here of saving money and a stabilization of the costs that we're going to be experiencing over the next while, I do very much appreciate the work that has gone into this and the idea. I know from a previous discussion many years ago, Harley and I will remember discussion about leasing as a preferred option. And so we've been back and forth over this idea for a couple of terms of council. I am going to support this going forward for those reasons, for the stabilization and the option of having a fleet that can be relied upon and that will be satisfactory and will save us money over the long run. I think that this year particularly is going to be very welcome news to our ratepayers. So with that, unless there's another comment, I will call the question. All those in favor of this report moving forward? Those against? 3. It's a tie.
A tie is lost,
It
Madam
is
Mayor.
lost.
Your worship, this will come back in 2 weeks, will it not? And,
No, this
Through you,
is
Madam
lost.
Mayor,
Is
if it
this
fails
the
in
final?
committee of the
It
whole,
fails,
it
it
does
doesn't
not
come
come
back.
back.
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
and we're missing one.
yeah.
Council, can we reconsider?
If a member of the opposing side wishes to reconsider, council can consider a reconsideration.
I'm looking at Harley. No.
We harp at them for not saving us money or for raising taxes, and here's an issue that we're saving money.
Great.
I'm sorry if it's an unpalatable issue to try and sell out in the public, but we are here to govern for the municipality. We aren't here to be reelected. We aren't here to just appease the people. We're here to do our duty as a council to make good decisions. Staff has came forward with proposals, so we're either going to call them, I'll be quite frank, liars, and we don't trust them, or we trust them and we support them. I'm sorry if I feel this way, but some days I
Thanks,
find it difficult to keep doing this.
Thanks, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship, and it's not about getting reelected. As near as I can see, the total saving year by year is about $13,000. It's $137,000 over 10 years, so supposing it's $15,000 a year. How much are we paying two mechanics and how much are we going to be paying, these service providers in Owen Sound and Thornbury to service the new vehicles? I just don't see a big saving, or I would be much more in favor.
So through you, Madam Chair, if it's okay to answer that question, we aren't paying we won't be paying the locations in Owen Sound or here or Thornbury anything, because they're dealing directly with Enterprise. So it's actually, we kind of relinquish any cost associated with operating the new vehicles. So I feel like that's also a benefit. Is right now, I think it's important that we understand when vehicles in our fleet currently are reaching a certain kilometer, we'll say 150 to 200,000 kilometers or 10 years is what our current replacement strategy is. The cost to start repairing some of those things that need to be repaired at that point to keep those vehicles in service is very high. So at this point, we're looking to lose all of that. Like we're looking that these small vehicles will then be serviced and we aren't paying for the cost at all. So I see that as a benefit.
Mr. Clerk, we
I
had an
think,
impasse
Madam Mayor,
here.
there's been a vote, and unless a member of the opposing side wishes to reconsider, then council needs to move on to the next item on the agenda.
I would agree. So we'll give another question if there's one on the opposing side wishes to reconsider. Otherwise, we'll move on.
If I may just speak to that, through your worship, I don't think this is a dead issue. It can be brought back in the future. I wish there was some appetite to look at whether there isn't a cheaper way to deal with our fleet without going through Enterprise. I just think there isn't any question that this is removing control of the fleet from council. And I think we're here to, mind the store to a certain degree. And I think we totally lose that in this project. So I think it will come back. I'd be happy to see it come back, and I'd be happy to see staff look at some hybrid where we actually do the leasing ourselves. But in the meantime, I think the future is the time for that discussion.
Mr. Chapman.
Through your worship, just to confirm, right now, the way that we purchase vehicles is that we go through a competitive tendering process. That's option number one. Option number two is to lease the vehicles. AMO, with their buying power, recognizing that any of the 444 municipalities in the province of Ontario could take advantage of this program, went out and vetted all of the leasing companies that wanted to take advantage of this in the province of Ontario. We will never get a better price by trying to do this on our own. Because again, we're trying to get a leasing company to deal with Meaford, and it's 21 vehicles. Enterprise is dealing with 1 million vehicles. So it's what we're doing right now, or we're going to do what Tori and Jessica just suggested. That is council's option. There is no hybrid. We will never get a better price by trying to go out and lease things on our own.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chapman. And this will not come back for at least 6 months. It will take that long before this could come back. I think it's it's a done deal now. Last call, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So this is something about council and the relationship with staff. And this is something that I think our CAO, we've alluded to for conversations. We were told as a council just a few minutes ago that staff have been working on this for about a year. Did I pick up that one correctly? About a year. At some point, we should have had a conversation about this, so when we enter into this tonight, we've got these conversations that we have been hearing. This came before this council tonight to make a decision on it tonight. And I can tell that members of staff very much want this to take place and transpire. That's evident. So I'm just suggesting that when we have opportunity, that this has been a workload that your staff, Rob, have been engaged in, somehow we need to have a conversation throughout this, that this is something that we're looking at. Is there appetite along the way? Because right now, a year's work and endeavor has just been voted down. And so that is something that I would like to see. Somehow we can have a conversation that we're in the loop and not just left for a meeting just like this.
Just to respond to that very briefly, Councillor Bell, and I understand your frustration on this, but this is exactly the purpose of the Committee of the Whole. This is where these projects come forward for Council's consideration. The purpose of the Committee of the Whole is for us to move on a proposal on to the next stage, which it can be then defeated at that stage. But at the Committee of the Whole stage, this is where we are hearing of initiatives, where we are learning of staff's work and the things that they're bringing forward in their considered opinion to save us money, to make our workload much more valuable and viable. And that's exactly the purpose of the Committee of the Whole. So to defeat it at this stage, it's dead, it's done. And it will come back if somebody brings it back at some other later stage. That's why these Committee of the Whole meetings are critical. They're there for the discussion purposes. But if there's any merit to a project coming forward at all, it really needs to be passed at the Committee of the Whole so that we can think about it further and then make the ratification decision or defeat at the next council meeting. So that's what we've done today, again, is defeating the workload, the work that our staff have brought forward to us without passing it on for further discussion and for further consideration. We've defeated it, well, at the first get-go. Very disappointing.
So through your worship, just to respond to that, I see your point, and I'd be willing to reopen the discussion tonight so that we can have some time for sober thought. I'm not going to use the word blindside, but I mean, honestly, we had no inkling that this was being considered before today. And, from my, review of it, I see many problems with it. And definitely I see advantages. I'd like to be able to take advantage of the advantages, but I just think that it's, I'm not satisfied that it's exactly what we want either.
So at that time, if I may, when it comes back, if it did come back to the council meeting for discussion, amendments could be suggested or other actions suggested at that time. But it has to move on to the council meeting.
So I would move a motion if either of you fellow councillors are willing to do that, but seeing no interest, why?
We need a seconder for that motion from the naysayer, from the...
If it's a motion to reconsider, and I think that's what I'm hearing, the
Yes.
seconder can be anybody. It does not have to be somebody from the opposing side.
That's was what I thought. So
Well,
you're moving that forward, Councillor
to
Kemper?
satisfy your point on the purpose of committee of the whole, Madam Mayor, I'd be willing to do that, but I don't expect to change my mind.
Thank you.
I will second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for that.
So
Councillor
now, Madam
Kemper.
Mayor, you have
Now I
voted
can
to
go back.
reconsider the issue, so you would have to vote again on the actual motion that is now back on the table.
Back on the table with the same mover and seconder?
I think just before you do, though, I think the CAO has a comment, and I may have one afterwards as well.
Thank you.
Actually, now that you, I was just speaking to bringing stuff to council. I know that I've identified that I'm hoping for opportunities to share staff's work plans of both those things that would come to council, and those key reason for that is to understand everything that staff is working on. I will say in this thing, though, bringing something to council until we have all the information is totally inappropriate. And the information for this report, correct me if I'm wrong, but has only come forward in the last couple of weeks with the full numbers and everything like that. So this was probably as soon as we could get it to council, and we were pushing for it because as we were heading into a budget that actually has a number that isn't very pleasant, we were looking for opportunities, as we always should be, for cost savings. We also are aware of council's policy with regard to fleet replacement. And the budget that's been delivered to council is following council's fleet policy replacement. So we are looking for ways of dealing with that fleet replacement policy that has a savings as well. So just to keep in mind, and everything that we're bringing forward and had brought forward in this report is all grouped into those issues that we are looking to address, and timing and things like that.
Thank you for that, Rob. Okay, so we're back on the table then, and we can use the same mover and seconder as, who have I got here? Councillor Bell, you moved the motion originally. Would you still move it at this stage?
I will withdraw.
You will withdraw? Okay. So I need a mover for this one, Councillor Vickers, thank you. And Councillor Greenfield, you seconded the motion, will you?
Yeah, let's open it up again.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are looking at the recommendation that the municipality authorize the transition of the municipality of Meaford's light-duty in-house fleet management program to a corporate leased ownership, maintenance, and management program. All in favor of moving this on? 2, 3, 4, and those against, that is carried. Thank you very much, Council. Let's move on to updates from members appointed to the County Council committees and local boards, and we'll start off with County Council. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Grey County Council met virtually at the call of Warden McQueen on October 22nd. The meeting began with a unanimously adopted motion to recognize the fact that County Council meets on traditional territory lands. The timing is appropriate after the recent land settlement with Son. And later in this meeting, I'll just bring Council with the awareness that I tend to bring a motion forward for us to do the same. The new county cycling and trails master plan was presented, and there was a lot of discussion surrounding signage, funding potentials, a wayfinding strategy, and liability. Municipalities are each responsible for cyclists and hikers, and this might be something that maybe, Rob, you might like to comment on? Not right now? Okay. Councillor Vickers' waste management motion drew significant discussion from County Council as well. The reaction was mixed. Some felt this had been explored before and that the cost of a county model was prohibitive, and others supported county staff having another look, considering how costs from our local service provider have skyrocketed. I look forward to further feedback from county staff on this matter. Lower tiers were all encouraged to explore the opportunity to partner in the biodigester, jointly owned by Chatsworth and Georgian Bluffs, and I hope this council can discuss that at some point. The county just received over $3 million from the province to support COVID costs. Treasurer Wepler suggested he will be carrying $1.1 million forward into 2021 to cover additional costs next year. More provincial funding is available if needed, but at this point in time, the county doesn't feel that they will require that. The inaugural session of County Council will be different this year. The warden is always elected at a special meeting with a social time following. This year, the event will happen virtually early in December, with the vote occurring through a Zoom app. We heard from Kevin McNabb, who leads paramedic services. Our first responders receive more calls every year. Considering the expanse of Grey County, their response times are considered to be very good. Mr. McNabb is always looking for efficiencies, though. The recommendations including increasing the coverage from the Chatsworth station from 12 hours a day to 24 hours a day, and to look at adding an additional station in Feversham to help support the rural and Tunnel Blue Mountains areas. Cedar Rail Campground in the township of Chatsworth was approved for another 100 camping sites. They currently had approval for 16 cabins, which were never built. They requested that the approval be removed in favor of more camping sites, and I thought that was interesting to us in relation to our Memorial Park plan. County Council heard transit numbers for the first 3 weeks of service from Owen Sound through Meaford. For the last 6 days of September, there were 3 riders. For the first 14 days of October, there were 36 riders. The launch is a soft one. No promotion had been done as of yet. There was a discussion on accessible transit. CAO Wingrove will report to County Council in January with further thoughts on how we can become more accessible. Councillor Desai brought a notice of motion related to Bill 218, which we've spoken to today. And council was followed by a public meeting on changes to the county's development charges bylaw. And Rob, I suppose we'll have a report in relation to those changes, which are predominantly designed to support affordable and rental housing. And that was it for me, Your Worship. Did you want to add to?
No, you've covered it very well. Councillor Vickers?
Just a quick question. Are you still meeting virtually at the county level?
Yes.
Or are you meeting in person? You're still meeting virtually?
And Councillor Greenfield?
If I may ask the Deputy Mayor a question. You mentioned about the election of warden. Has there been a method developed if there's a tie vote, as we got into? Well, I think there was, 3 or 4 votes last year. Has there been a new method to, if it ends up in a tie again, other than flipping that two-headed coin, has there been another method put forward to break the tie vote?
The question was asked, Councillor Greenfield, certainly because of last year's situation, and it was decided that the clerk and the CAO would put the both names into a container and one would be drawn. So similar to last year as what had to happen. So hopefully we don't all have to go through that again.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just ask a question to the county reps as well. Deputy Mayor Keaveney mentioned a future conversation in January about accessible transit. And I'm very interested to hear that because I'm reading their website right now, and this is the message that was given to our accessibility committee that says, fully accessible transportation is not currently available due to manufacturing delays, but it will be available soon. The implication of that is that it has already been ordered and is about to hit the streets, whereas talking about future options in January doesn't sound like that.
I'll ask the question when we next meet.
Thank you, Shirley. And Parks Advisory Committee? Who's going to?
Sorry, Your Worship, it just dawned on me that Councillor Greenfield couldn't make it because of a scheduling conflict, and Councillor Bartley was in attendance but is not here tonight.
So we'll park that one till next next council meeting. Okay, thank you. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. Well, just briefly from Grace Harbor Conservation, concerning the 2021 budget, we had the very temporary presentation of the 2021 budget. Our staff over at Grace Harbor had come up with 5.2, I believe it was, Paul, increase. The Board of Directors discussed that, and at the end of the day, the directors voted to have staff bring us back a budget representing no more, a maximum of 3%. And one of the ways they suggested to get it down to 3 was not necessarily just cutting costs, but by increasing revenues. And interestingly enough, the big revenue for Gray Sauble this year, even though with the pandemic and so on, has been selling day passes for our properties, and it's something that maybe will be looked in again for next year to see if we can even generate some more revenue that way. So yeah, we're at maximum of 3 at Gray Sauble. That's what we're aiming for.
May I add a little bit more to Harley's report? And I think what people need to understand is that we're seeing a lot of visitors coming in from outside of the area. And the conservation is being fully funded by the local municipalities, the watershed, basically. So we're thinking, instead of asking the watershed people, us, to pony up more money all the time, that we should actually be asking people, the users of the parks, of the conservation areas, to maybe contribute more money all the time. So I think that's the direction we want to head to. So I don't want people to, listening to think that, well, they're just going to get us in a different direction. All the locals will have to pay more money. We're actually looking for the out of watershed people to maybe start paying an appropriate share of the dollars it costs to run our parks. So if I could add maybe one more thing. Sure. One thing that I, when we, on a go-forward basis, realized that this year the Gray Sauble Conservation Authority had trouble spending capital money to fulfill their capital request, because the full-time people ended up actually looking after the parks, for the parking and for the administration. That was where the immediate need was, so that's where the people were directed to. In the coming year, we may be looking at increasing the staff of Gray Sauble to do those jobs in the parks and in the conservation areas. So then the full-time people that we have now can get back to their task of spending capital and improving the watershed in the different ways. So it was something that kind of surprised me a little bit, that how the full-time staff got dragged into the immediate need, and the capital money didn't end up getting spent as much as what it would have been this year. So
Thank you for that. Is there anything further? Seeing nothing with that, we'll go on to Development Services update. And this is a memo from our CAO. Rob?
Yeah, it's like the building report. It's put there for council's
Just there
information.
for
If there's any
council.
questions, I can respond to it.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments for Rob? And we just received that for information. Okay. Can I have a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole? Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Vickers. All in favor? That is carried. And we'll move on to councillor motions. And are there any notices of motion to come forward? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. And just briefly, as I mentioned, in light of the two recent motions, Councillor Greenfield's and my own anti-racism and inclusivity, as well as the recent land settlement by the county with SON, I felt it was appropriate to bring forward a notice of motion to suggest that this council acknowledge meeting on traditional lands.
Okay. There was some indication and council inquiries of a notice of motion to come forward to remove a clause from the direction that council had provided to staff. Did I misunderstand that, or is this something you would like to consider?
I would. I'll need probably some assistance from Matt, though, with wording for that.
I think it was just to remove the clause about the closest hall is part of the direction to staff with regard to moving forward with the ITFD dissolution.
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
I think
Mr.
that's
Clerk?
sufficient. If council wishes to deal with this now, they'd need to pass a procedural motion to waive the procedural bylaw, and in the meantime, I'll come up with some words.
So we need to do that first.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is this the wish of council to proceed with this? It's just to waive the procedural bylaw, which says that there must be, a notice of motion must be brought before council first, and then at the next council meeting, it would be brought forward for discussion. The issue today is that there is a clause within the direction that council has provided to staff that speaks to the closest hall servicing all of some of the areas specific to the Sydenham area within the dissolution of the ITFD governance agreement. So we can tackle this now with a move to waive the procedural bylaw on this issue only, and to hear the motion put forward and discuss it and vote on it at this point. And that would then help with the communication piece that staff want to disseminate to all of the residents of in our municipality. Rob, sorry, I saw your arm.
I just wanted to make
waving
sure
at me.
that the reason why that's critical is the messaging that's supposed to go out tomorrow and needing to know what needs to be included in the messaging. So that's the urgency
That's
of
the
dealing with
urgency
this
for
now.
it. Yeah, I didn't place enough emphasis on that. So it is council's wish whether we can deal with this now at this stage. And I would ask for your comments.
Councillor Bell had a question.
Councillor Greenfield?
Oh, thank you, Worship. Is it the feeling that, the opinion that this clause may have some effect on the November 17th meeting? Is this the urgency?
Through your worship, yes. Right now, staff are operating under the direction from council. We should move ahead with all of the agreements based on closest hall response. If council wishes to consider a different option to that, and I've heard some discussions here and elsewhere that you may want to, then we need to know that now, because if we mail out tomorrow to say that we'll be moving to a closest hall response model, that will provoke one type of reaction. If we're not using closest hall response, then the reaction from certain individuals may well be different. And so we need to make sure they have the right information before we send anything out and prepare all the documentation and things for the November 17th open house. If council still wishes to move ahead with closest hall response, then that's absolutely what we're doing. But if you're thinking about it, we need to have a conversation tonight.
And the advantage to removing that clause, Matt, if I'm understanding this correctly, would eliminate any confusion about boundaries and who responds to, it would be exactly the same as it is now. Is that correct?
I certainly won't personally talk about advantages, because we've recommended closest hall response through this because of the fact that that's what the master fire plan says. But yes, one of the options will be that council could give us direction to remain with the existing coverage boundaries instead of closest hall response.
Choice of words there. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So what we constantly come back to has been, Madam Mayor, yourself and Councillor Bartley, when you've been on that board, talking about when a fire department is actually on your premises. And that's going to come up at November the 17th. And it has always been a point which the Meaford Fire Department have always said that you're not on scene if you don't have fire suppression equipment. And I know that you all know that I I have a different view of that, and it might not be the legal view, it's the practical view. And so when I see a vehicle coming out of Meaford, which is a red vehicle, which does not have all of the badging on it at this point. Maybe that vehicle is slated to get badging, I'm not sure. But the same in principle thing occurs with firefighters going out to service an emergency somewhere. And it has always been stated, if you're not there with fire suppression equipment, you're not there. And that has always been something which has been put forward for reports. When did they show up? And it's been denied, basically, that when ITFD shows up with one firefighter, they ain't there. It's nice that the firefighters showed up, but really the force is not there. I also have an understanding that if you live out on, I'm going to say, the 11th line, and you call 911 today, the clerk mentioned very early on tonight that when that happens, automatic aid. We have both fire departments get the rollout, they both get dinged, that they are both the head out the door and they are to service that area. If we move and say to remove that down, then what we're doing before November the 17th is we're telling the people in that letter that this council is happy to have that boundary all diminished and diminished down. And I move that we want to hear from the people out on the 17th. And they need to know that boundaries could be changed with the new agreement. And again, personally, this going to the fourth concession, that puts the Queens Bush Landing, that puts all of that under the jurisdiction then, quite clearly, of the Meaford Fire Department. So I think what we're being asked to state tonight is a reduction without having that meeting on the 17th. And I think that what the people need to know is what is in place right now with all of the agreements which are in place right now and how the fire departments both roll right now, because that's what I think that they need to see. For some people, even in the Sydenham area, having this conversation will be actually, for some of them, the first time. We've got new residents. They need to know what is in place right now. And for us to trim it back by having a nice word of closeness hall, I can't support us moving on that tonight.
Madam Mayor, if I can just say, we still don't actually have a procedural motion on the floor to deal with this. So if we wanted to have a discussion, we need to do that first. Okay. And then, but perhaps to try and get us to that point, I think Councillor Bell's comments are exactly why I'm confused, and if I'm confused, then the residents are going to be. Right now, this council has already said multiple times, we want closest hall response. So I am about to send a mailing out to 1,500 households that say the boundaries are proposed to be moving. If that's what this council wants, great, that's what we will do. If that's not what this council wants, if the council wants the boundaries to stay where they are, we need to know that, and we need to know it now.
Okay, so Councillor or Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, this is a complicated issue. It just seems to me that generally the people in Sydenham are just so respectful and grateful for ITFD and the service it's provided to them. So if we keep the boundaries the same as they are now, then it just takes away, you know, one more level of what many of them feel they are losing. And I think it makes sense to me to maintain the existing boundaries just so that helps people understand some of the changes that are being made, and it brings them perhaps a little bit of a comfort to know that those areas will still be serviced in the same way.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I think you're phrasing that much better than I have, Deputy Mayor, but it kind of gets to my point. If council is hearing right now from people who are concerned, then me sending a letter out to 1,500 properties to say that the boundaries are planned to be changing is only going to generate more concern. if you're already saying that you're hearing that concern and therefore you probably don't want to do this, it's better to do it now than causing a lot of people a lot of upset about what their perception of losing or gaining a fire department are.
Very confusing. Okay, so if there is a move to maintain the boundaries as they are now, we need to waive the procedural bylaw at this point to further this discussion. Okay, we understand that? Okay, so let's vote on that first. I need a mover and a seconder for, to waive the bylaw to discuss, the procedural bylaw to allow us to discuss this motion at this stage.
Sure.
Councillor Bell, Councillor Greenfield, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so now it is on the table.
So I think I have some words for you, Madam Mayor, that might help, and then
Thank you.
we'll see if there's a mover and a seconder. So the words I would use are that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to remove the concept of closest hall response from the ITFD agreement discussions and move forward with a fee-for-service agreement based on the existing ITFD coverage area.
I think that says it very well. Is there a mover for that wording, Deputy Mayor? And a seconder?
Well,
Yeah, Councillor Bell. All right. Any further discussion on that? Do you
To
want to, will you
read it one
repeat
more
it,
time.
please?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep, so now moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Bell, the motion would be that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to remove the concept of closest hall response from the ITFD agreement discussions and move forward with a fee-for-service agreement based on the existing ITFD coverage area.
Well done, Matt.
Obviously, we would
Okay.
still have the session on the 17th. We would still send out something to all residents, but we would now be telling the residents it was based on the existing boundaries, not closest hall response.
Not closest hall response. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, I guess I will speak against this because I think it goes back to our responsibility of doing what's right for our citizens. I don't think this is maybe what they want. And not 100% of them will want this. But I don't think we're doing the right thing for them. Like to deny a person the closest response time, I think is wrong. And I there's part of me that says it's even legally that that somebody could come back on us. And I know people love the Inter Township Fire Department. I know the Sydenham people some of them don't want it to change. But I think this is a necessity of change. I think we need to do this to start writing where we want our fire protection to go. So to say that we're going to throw out, and I will say it, and I will take the bad comments or the good comments, we're going to throw out common sense. We're going to do what you want, and we don't care whether it's better for you or worse for you. We're just going to do what you want. And that's the way it is. And that's why I cannot support it, because I don't feel I can support something that I feel is going to be worse for the people.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vickers. I just want to reiterate, and Matt, please jump in here, the fact that there is mutual aid agreements that will call both fire departments for an incident. That is prescribed, and we'll make sure that mutual aid agreement is solidly in place and reinforced. And that then answers your concern somewhat, the fact that when there's a call and the boundaries are somewhat not clearly defined, then mutual aid comes into effect, and both systems are toned and respond. Matt, Is that basically right? Do you want
A
something to add to
very good summary of the situation with one technical issue. It's automatic aid, not mutual aid. Mutual
Sorry.
aid is something different.
Misspoke again. Automatic aid.
So if I may ask, through your worship, what do the people in the southwest corner do? Or, because they would be closer served by Chatsworth. By the Chatsworth Fire Department. Meaford can't get there as fast, and Inner Township can't get as fast there as Chatsworth. So that's kind of where I'm going at.
So right now, that area is covered by the same automatic aid agreement because it's a sort of a reverse L shape across the centre of the municipality in the southern portion. So Chatsworth are paged on that automatic aid agreement. The current language in the draft agreement the council looked at last time we met is that it's based on closest hall response between ITFD and Meaford, but also leaves open the option to bring Chatsworth into that and have them be the primary responders to a portion of the southwest of the municipality. That's where we're currently at.
I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, let me try again.
I think I understand it, but I don't understand why we're doing it. Like, I want the fire department that can get there the soonest to be paged first. That is what the rules should be. If there's a rule, I want somebody to get there as fast as they possibly can. I don't want to say, no, we aren't going to call Chatsworth because this is Inner Township's fire department or Meaford's fire department territory. I'm not about protecting anybody's turf. I want the fire truck to get there as fast as they possibly can. That's where I'm trying to come at.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yep, we've recommended closest hall response because that's what the master fire plan says. I think as I've had some conversations with various members of council over the last couple of weeks and heard some conversations in the public, I'm happy that this is on the table just so council makes a clear decision one way or other. That's kind of where I'm at right now is we need to be clear on what it is that we're telling the public.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So council was given this. I'm pretty sure that you've received that.
Yep, I remember
So
seeing
where we're talking here is the worst area, no matter what. 25 minutes away on the Legend, and it's at the 27th Side Road heading north. It's 25 minutes for any fire department, ITFD or Meaford.
What about
Okay?
Chatsworth then,
Yeah,
Mr. Bell?
it's bad. I mean, we're far away. So the thing about the Inner Township Fire Department is, of course, that there's a real word for this, water tanker certified and all that kind of nice stuff. Bring water tankers out. And we've had this discussion. And so that's important to residents that are out there because that influences their home insurance. Depending on the value of your home, depends on how much that makes a difference on your home insurance. Because now how it's viewed, because ITFD covers that area, it's viewed as if we are close to a hydrant. They can push water, the same as a hydrant. So one of the things that I have even thought about, you know, the one point I know that the clerk has recognized this firefighter walking through the door when a loved one is on the floor. I'd like to see the Meaford Fire Department adopt that. I mean, they do a call and you get somebody who can help save a life. They should take on that, and that's another discussion. But to have a firefighter walk through your door to help somebody having a heart attack, we don't care what fire department they're from. And that's one of the key areas where the ITFD has shone through because they were designed as a rural firefighting department. And they had a rural outlook, not the same as urban-centric. We know that in town. We know that in the city of Owen Sound. They were designed differently from their concept. So for me, this map tells me that people who live far away, no matter what we're talking about, are 25 minutes out, okay? They're 25 minutes out. So keeping the boundary the same as it is for the discussion on November the 17th, I think that's very understandable for the people in the former township of Sydenham.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had the opportunity to talk to Chief Gautreau of the ITFD last Tuesday morning. And one thing he did say was nothing's going to change. He mentioned that, in his opinion, the boundaries were going to be kept as they are today in the future. The second thing he said, but there is going to be mutual aid, that likely in that middle zone, it's quite likely we're going to have both departments responding. So I guess if the fire chief, the ITFD, has that in mind, then maybe maybe we should go by that. Maybe we should stick with it.
Madam Mayor, I think this is a really important point here. And this is perhaps why I'm really glad Council is having this conversation today. The ITFD fire chief does not get to decide where the boundaries are. You get to decide where the boundaries are.
I realize that.
Like, the ITFD chief should not have said that the boundaries are likely to stay the same, because all of the conversations for the last 2 years have been based on closest hall response. So this is exactly why it is vital that we tell the public the right thing that is this council's intention.
So this council's intention is whether we go with closest hall response, which is what you've been, all of the negotiations have been on with Georgian Bluff staff as well.
That is the current direction that we have, yes.
Where do we go from here? For the purposes of the 17th and the communication piece, I think it is an opportunity to discuss the reason for the changes that are being proposed, which has nothing to do, very little to do with the delivery of service, and only to do with the governance issues that we have found as problematic.
In the main, yes. But if you move to closest hall response, it is about the service.
It is.
Because for those people who are in that area between, let's say, the town line and fourth concession, their service changes. Yeah. So I can't send out something that says it won't change for anybody, because it will if we're doing closest hall response, which again is what the master fire plan recommends. But if council doesn't want that, then if council says we want to just stick with the boundaries, then we can say, no, your service won't change at all, because it won't for anybody.
And automatic aid would mean a call out in those areas that are difficult to get at, the 25-minute travel time. It is an automatic call to all three or the relevant fire departments.
For structure fires.
For structure fires alone.
Not for
not
medicals
for
or
medicals.
motor vehicle collisions or false alarms. They would still, that's the key here. Automatic aid is a very, very valuable tool, but it is for those major incidents. So I don't want council to think for 1 second that if you change or don't change boundaries, that automatic aid means that everybody goes to everything, because that's not the case. They would multiple departments only go when there's a structure fire or a major incident.
So when you get right down to it, where we have an issue in those very, very difficult, hard-to-reach areas, if it's a medical call, that's when the firefighter in his own vehicle has an advantage, because they can get there very quickly.
Yes.
That's the issue. We're not talking about structural fires, because in the rural area, structural fires are a different matter altogether. So from a perspective of closest hall response to a medical call, perhaps is something that is not as critical as for a structural fire. Is that fair? Mr. Smith?
Sorry, the question was,
Well, what we're trying to sort out here is the fact that it's the medical calls that are the critical incident that the ITFD, traveling under their own power, under their own vehicles, can get to a medical call and begin performing first aid for a medical call only. A structural fire is the closest hall is perhaps better in that sense, or in these, oh gosh, I'm getting all confused myself.
So,
When you've got a long distance travel time, the closest hall really isn't going to be there any faster than any other fire hall. It's in the medical calls that the folks that are out in that area are very concerned about.
I think so, yes, to your last sentence in particular. There is a different dispatch model between the two departments. The ITFD department does not require its firefighters to attend the fire hall before they go to a call,
Right.
for any type of call. The Meaford Fire Department does require its firefighters to go to the hall, to get on a fire vehicle and not take their personal vehicles to calls. So you already have, in effect, a slightly different service there between the two departments, and I certainly can't guarantee you that either department will carry on in the way that they currently are forever, because, you know, we won't have a role in deciding how ITFD dispatch their staff in the future, and Meaford is very unlikely to change its model, but you never know. Where the difference comes is if the boundaries go to closest hall response, then those, if somebody has a medical call at Councillor Bell's house, the tones will go at the Meaford Fire Department and people will drive from Meaford to get there. Right now, if Councillor Bell has a medical incident, the tones go at the ITFD Fire Hall, and if, and it's a big if there is an ITFD firefighter closer, then they will go there directly. I will look to the board members of the board to know whether all firefighters are carrying all the appropriate protective equipment and all of those sorts of things, to know whether they are safe to provide medical aid, because I do not know that. I am not a member of the ITFD board or management, but that is the difference. If you remain with the current boundaries, then every service that is currently offered will remain exactly the same.
In terms of the training, being on the board, and Harley, you were there at one time, the training has never been fully, what's the word, accredited, I guess, in terms of to the satisfaction of the board. And I think this is where the governance model falls short of the mark in terms of providing support and direction to the fire department itself. And that's, I think, a fundamental flaw in the governance system that we need to change. And that's why that part is so critical, is because they could be doing a lot more in terms of supporting the individual firefighters, from training, from their actual fire suppression and on-the-spot first aid. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. It seems to me, because this is very complex, but I think the problem is we've left the public meeting past the point where we've made decisions about what these people are going to experience. So I think the messaging to the people who are most affected by the change has to be all-inclusive. You're going to have to tell them that in this situation, it'll be a closest hall response. But in a medical situation, if there is somebody, in their vehicle from the Inter-Township Department who is nearby, they will be the first person you see.
But that is not the case.
That's not the way it is.
That's not what will happen, Councillor Kentner.
Well, then, you know, as I say, we're late with our public meeting. I think in terms of, we've made decisions that, and this is, my motion at our last meeting was simply to try and not get the cart before the horse, but I think we're already there.
So, respectfully, I disagree. This council has had conversations about this for the last 18 months. When I talk about what we need to tell the public, it's because if we tell the public something that this council has no intention of doing in the long run, then that will cause this council and this municipality many, many more problems than just saying what you do intend to do. If we go to the public and say, just tell us what you feel like, then you're going to get 100 different responses. And we hear this on a regular basis when people come and say to us, there's no point asking these questions now because you've not given us some detail that we should be responding to. Right now, this council has said many times that they want to move forward with closest hall response. If you continue to want to do that, then we will tell the public can give you lots of input, and then you can make a change at the end, if you so wish. But if you have no intention already of doing closest hall response in the end because of the comments that you've received over the last 2 or 3 weeks, then you can remove that from this whole discussion, and that will make it much easier for the public to understand what it is that's being proposed, because we can then just talk about the governance issues and the legal issues.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Clerk, does that affect the Blue Mountains and Chatsworth? So if we say that we're moving away from closest hall because that's what we have with Chatsworth and the Blue Mountains, serving 2 areas of our municipality.
Again, Councillor Bell, respectfully, that's not true. Right now, with the town of the Blue Mountains, we have a section where they provide us services, and that is nominally based on closest hall response, but there's never been a detailed mapping exercise to determine exactly where those boundaries are. If you go and look at the bylaw from 2017, I think it is, it's really a yellow streak of highlighter. Yeah. With the Township of Chatsworth, we have no closest hall response agreement. We have an automatic aid agreement for structure fires, but if you live on the very, very southwestern tip of the municipality, Kettle's Restaurant perhaps, the ITFD respond there whether Chatsworth are closer or not. Yeah. If you have a medical, we have a fee-for-service agreement with the municipality of Grey Highlands where we provide services in part of the former Township of Fraser. But again, that's just a historical boundary that hasn't had a detailed mapping. It may well be that part of the Township of Fraser can actually be reached quicker by the town of the Blue Mountains.
Okay.
This is a bigger picture that we need to deal with all of those, but we need to deal with this one first because of the wider issues.
You mentioned that they could be changed later if we say the boundaries will not be changed. If we remove that clause.
So if you give direction to remove that clause and sign agreements that do not have closest hall response included, there are clauses in the draft agreement that says it can be amended on the agreement of both parties in the future. So both councils would have to agree to any future change, but could do, yes.
So Madam Mayor and fellow councillors, I would say that we leave the boundaries the way they are. And again, from the governance aspect, it's always been and I have to use the word, it's been a point of contention about when fire suppression equipment can get out to an area. It always has, and it always will be. So I think that for this discussion, to leave the boundaries the way they are, we get the same thing if this thing moves forward the way it's being designed. A fee for service, they're still going to come out, they're going to be in the same territory. People are going to see the same firefighters. They will see that same style being there. And I know that there are agreements for the Meaford Fire Department to come and help and working both ways. So I just think that we should just leave this the way it is, and we'll see what the meeting on November the 17th pans out, And in the future, there will be a decision made of how this council moves forward, dealing with the ITFD situation.
So you're recommending we maintain the existing boundaries as we have proposed
Yeah.
forward. Any further comment? And I will call the question. The motion is on the floor to maintain the existing boundaries as is, remove the concept of the closest hall response, and move forward to a fee-for-service with the Georgian Bluffs Fire Department. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was,
Thank you, Council.
we have still a bit to go on our agenda. A council meeting, or the adoption of the minutes for October the 19th. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Kentner, Councillor Vickers. And all in favor? That is carried. And the minutes, is anything on the communications piece that needs to be spoken to? And seeing none, nothing on the correspondence list that needs to be pulled? Okay, the next thing on our agenda is to move into closed session. Is this time we need to move ahead with this, Mr. Clerk? Now, we need a motion to extend if we are.
Yes, we do need to deal with the closed session, Madam Mayor, providing that, because otherwise we can't bring forward appointment bylaws for the various committees at the next meeting.
Okay, so the first thing I need is a motion to extend. Councillor Vickers and Councillor Greenfield, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, and now we'll move into closed session. Councillor Greenfield, thank you. Deputy Mayor, all in favor, moving into closed session. And we will move into the terrace room at 5:14 with the CAO and clerk in attendance to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
I would encourage members of the council to bring their belongings with them so we can allow the meeting team to clean up in here.